Chapter 553. Okay, dear Sir Financial Officer, I'm going to continue training. The training during this period is very important to me. When my realm is completely stabilized, it is time to go to the capital. You have to be ready to leave at any time. Jia gently brushed her golden hair. If you are free, please visit Isabella for me. Thanks to her on the battlefield this time. Otherwise, I will never be able to support until your arrival. Qinrui had previously heard Jia talk about Isabella's performance on the battlefield, and he nodded. When Jia was about to leave the secret room, she suddenly added a sentence that made Qinrui sweat. That end of the world. Play it 20 or 30 times for me when you are free next time. After that, the Princess Royal Highness ignored a certain guy with ulterior motives and left. When Chen Rui left the inner courtyard of the palace, he was still a little perturbed. I played End of the World to Isabella alone, but Jia actually knew about it. It seems that the foundation of the harem has not been firmly established yet, and the tiles above have begun to leak again. By the way, there seems to be an attractive benefit from Madam Aunt that I haven't received yet. I seem to remember that the original sentence is, I can do whatever I want at that time. No matter which man with a normal orientation hears the sentence, he will inevitably feel hot in his heart. Anyway, Ms. Intelligence Chief is already the woman. As he was thinking, he had already left the palace. When he walked into an alley, Qinrui suddenly felt something abnormal. A vigilant expression flashed past. Then his brows stretched out again. Olifius? I know you have a good nose. Miss Blacklong's sneaky figure appeared in front of him, and he added, It's even better than the hellhound transformed by Dodo. Qinrui was very depressed. Which nose of yours can tell that I smell? Olifius once went berserk on the battlefield, causing Obsidian to suffer a lot of losses. She was also a key contributor. At the beginning, Isabella's injury was relatively serious. Fortunately, the black dragons were not like the crystal dragons whose potions were ineffective. Plus, Isabella happened to have the high-purity healing potion that Qinrui had previously given her. Under the care of Isabella, Miss Long, who had a strong vitality, recovered from her injury very quickly. Obviously, she had now returned to a lively state. It was just that, for some reason, Olifius had not returned to the sheriff's house, since she was recuperating in Isabella's house. She seemed to be staying there. It was the first time Qinrui saw her after he woke up. What's the matter? Why are you acting so mysterious? It's very, very important. Wait a minute. Olifius looked left and right anxiously, like a competent bodyguard, until she was sure that the nearby was safe. Then she ran over and carefully took out a small book from the space ring. Boss, this is the total number of enemies I killed this time. Athena said that the price of the air troops is doubled. The air demonic beasts plus cavalry multiplied by 2 is 4 times, Black Miss Long said happily. Her 2 eyeballs had become the shape of black crystal coins. Qinrui suddenly realized. It turns out to be a report. No wonder she is so energetic. He glanced curiously at the 3 small diamonds on Black Miss Long's forehead. He opened the account book and looked at it. After a few glances, he was speechless. Moonlight Fortress, killing 300,000 enemies and 100,000 air troops. Based on 10 black crystal coins each, it is equivalent to 5 million black crystal coins. Forget about the unit of measurement. The question is, how did the number of 400,000 only come out? Olifius, the Capital Coalition Army, has only 2 air legions that came to the Dark Moon this time, the Dragon Rider Legion and the Flying Cloud Legion. The total is less than 10,000 cavalry, and our army has only destroyed about 100,000 enemies in the Moonlight Fortress. Where did you get the number of 400,000? Black Miss Long opened her mouth for a long time, and she replied, that maybe, probably. I miscalculated. Just give me a discount based on your conscience. Even conscience is used? Qinrui was embarrassed, and he pointed to another one. Helping Crobolus intercept and witnessing her kill demon Overlord Anspu is worth 100,000 black crystal coins. You even want to charge money for witnessing. Do you want to kill the enemy with your eyes? I must ask Betty about this. If you lie, I will definitely deduct the money. Wait, don't ask Betty. I don't have a good memory. Black Miss Long scratched her head. You just have to take a look first. Chinrue rolled his eyes and pointed to the next one. Killing 300 flying cavalry of the Flying Cloud Legion in the Battle of Town Daiko is equivalent to 60,000 black crystal coins. 300 multiplied by 10 and then doubled equals to... Are you sure it is 60,000? I haven't been good at math since I was a child. Black Miss Long was already tearful. My mother passed away before I could teach more. What did you do? You made Oliphius cry. Isabella's voice came from the front, and her veiled figure appeared in sight. Chinrue had long discovered that she was here, but he just didn't say it before. As soon as Oliphius saw Isabella, it was as if she saw a long-lost relative. She threw herself into her arms and cried, "Sister, he bullied me. Sister? When did this miser girl become so close to Isabella? Madam, Aunt doesn't look like a rich person, no matter how I look at her." Chinrue looked enviously at the miser who buried her head in the plump chest, and he deliberately snorted coldly. "It's useless to call me sister. Isabella, do you know that Oliphius actually wants to report false accounts to blackmail me, the employer? Other people can get away with reporting false accounts on the surface, but this chick is too fake. Experience is one thing, but the most important thing is the dragon's greed. The total amount is actually more than 100 million. Really? Oliphius?" Isabella touched Black Miss Long's hair. Black Miss Long cried with tears and snot, "I'm just not good at math." "Oliphius, have you forgotten the provisions of our contract? I want to represent the audit office. I have the right to deduct all benefits. Also, as a bodyguard, you were almost killed by the enemy on the battlefield. Later, it was me, the employer, who saved your life. How should this be calculated? Speaking of which, how much more money do you have to pay me?" Black Miss Long was speechless. Thinking that the shiny black crystal coins would be gone, she couldn't help but cry. Isabella glanced at Chinrue reproachfully. "Don't tease Oliphius. She is really brave on the battlefield this time." Chinrue enjoyed that charming gaze very much. He sighed on the surface. "Well, Oliphius, let's say you killed 10,000, 12,000 enemies. I will give you another 50% of the reward for each one. 15 black crystal coins for each one, which is equivalent to a total of 160,000 black crystal coins." Black Miss Long's wailing voice immediately stopped, and she said with a serious face, "No, 12,000 times 15 equals 180,000. This kind of fast and accurate calculation ability made Chinrue quite speechless. He asked, "Aren't you bad at math since you were a child?" "I calculated wrongly just now. It should be 200,000, right?" The black crystal coins in Ms. Miser's eyes lit up again, and she asked tentatively, "You are really not good at math." Greedy dragons. Chinrue had completely lost his temper. He took out a crystal stone. This is a super cold crystal with 100% purity. The market price is at least 200,000 black crystal coins. Do you want this or 180,000 black crystal coins in cash? Ms. Miser, who didn't give up, asked, "Can I have both?" After getting an affirmative answer, Oliphius decisively chose the cold crystal stone. She looked excited with tears streaming down her face. A super cold crystal worth 200,000 black crystal coins. I'm rich now. Cold crystal was a kind of magic material that was extremely difficult to purify. The price of low purity was ordinary, but the price of high purity, especially this kind of 100% purity, was indeed very valuable. However, for Chen Rui, who had the skill of refining, the cost was less than 2,000 black crystal coins. Chen Rui didn't look at Black Miss Long anymore, and he winked at Isabella. "Ah, Isabella, are you free tonight? Can we discuss that life?" "Sister is not free." Olivius held Isabella's hand intimately like a pair of real sisters. She answered first very impolitely. Isabella smiled behind the veil, and she did not say yes or no. Rather than saying that she acquiesced to Olivius' endorsement, it was better to say that she saw through Olivius's careful thoughts. Chen Rui rolled his eyes. "Olivius, I may consider giving you a raise next month." "I already have 200,000 cold crystals, which is enough to match the 4,000 years of your unequal contract." Olivius's horizons were broadened now. How could she not understand that she was scammed by this unscrupulous employer at the beginning? She said proudly, "I don't care about your little money. I have noble moral integrity. I just regard money as—" Before she finished speaking, Chen Rui suddenly pointed to the front in surprise. "Ah, who dropped that white crystal coin?" Whoosh! With a sound, Black Miss Long's figure had already appeared at the location pointed out. Her eyes were bright as she scanned the ground. Where? Where? Chen Rui and Isabella looked at each other, and their faces showed an expression of "I knew it" at the same time. This money grubber girl who doesn't even let go of white crystal coins is still noble. Isabella showed a smile in her eyes. "Stop fooling around. I'm going to the palace to find Princess Royal now. There is something important. Chen Rui, you go with me." Usually, Chen Rui would have agreed without hesitation. The problem was the end of the world that Jia said before she left made him feel guilty in his heart. That adultery has obviously been exposed, and the two female protagonists are about to meet. If the male protagonist is still present recklessly, he deserves to die stupidly. In fact, Chen Rui didn't know that End of the World was actually deliberately revealed to Princess Royal Highness by Madame Ant. Although there was some encouragement in it, and it was effective, only Madame Ant herself knew how much of it was to show off and show off. Chen Rui immediately changed the topic. "What is the matter that requires me to find Princess Royal? I just came out of the palace. She seems to be stabilizing her realm. Two very urgent news." Speaking of this, Isabella became serious. "This is not a place to talk. Let's go to the palace. Olivius, your injury has not fully recovered. Go back first." Black Miss Long nodded obediently. Chen Rui saw Isabella being so serious, so he didn't have any other thoughts and followed her to the palace. Chapter 554. Jia was a little surprised to see Chen Rui, who returned, but Isabella's report immediately focused her attention. Isabella reported two things. The first was about the Bloody Empire. Some time ago, the Bloody Empire Emperor Raisin had an epiphany, so he was training behind closed doors. He handed over the state affairs to Great Prince Aelius, and Second Prince Edmund assisted. Obsidian's crusade against the Dark Moon also deliberately chose this time, but unfortunately he was defeated and died in the end. The two ruling princes of the Bloody Empire were already fighting openly and secretly for the position of the first heir. Now the contradiction was even worse, and it gradually evolved to an uncontrollable level. A few days ago, Edmund, who was suppressed by Aelius, finally adopted the most extreme means. He launched a mutiny when Aelius went out for inspection, but he fell into Aelius's ambush instead. He was forced to lead the remaining soldiers to escape from the capital. He was currently fighting against Aelius in the north of the Iron Fist estate. Aelius publicly declared Edmund as a traitor as the regent prince, while Edmund claimed that Aelius persecuted his brother, deceived his father Raisin, and conspired to subvert the entire Bloody Empire. Now the two forces were in a stalemate. Chen Rui's spirit was refreshed. The Bloody Empire has been eyeing covetously. I was originally worried that the Bloody Empire would take advantage of the civil war of the fallen Angel Empire to launch an attack, but I didn't expect them to have internal strife. It seems that Raisin's retreat this time is just in time. Without this threat, Princess Royal can quickly rush to the capital and immediately ascend the throne as the Empress to stabilize the entire empire. No, Princess Royal Highness can't go to the capital yet. Isabella shook her head. Because of the second news, the envoy sent by the Shadow Empire to the Dark Moon is already on the way. When we received the news of the official visit, the envoy had already passed Townwallen. Moreover, according to the latest intel, the Shadow Empire's forces are actively mobilizing. Chenrue was taken aback. The Shadow Empire's forces are mobilizing? From the current intel, it is going to the east and south. The predicted target may be Townlea in the west of the Dark Moon and the Tekula Fortress, formerly guarded by General Gerent. The Jurgle Fortress adjacent to the Moon Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire doesn't seem to be moving. It is obviously targeting the Fallen Angel Empire. Jia looked solemn. It seems that Gerent is right. The closest ally is probably the most ferocious enemy. Our biggest enemy now is not the Bloody Empire, but the Shadow Empire. Isabella, Jia said with a solemn expression, Gerent is right. Our biggest enemy now is not the Empire but the Shadow Empire. During our war with Obsidian, the Dark Shadow Empire relaxed economic restrictions and provided many favorable conditions, attracting many merchants from the Fallen Angel Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Isabella analyzed seriously. I have a guess that the Dark Moon obtained General Crawford's Magician Legion and Goblin Brigade from the Bloody Vine Flower Estate. It is probably also inspired by Catherine the Great. The more powerful we are, the more intense the war with Obsidian will be. In other words, the Fallen Angel Empire's internal friction will be more intense. Her Majesty Empress is not only patient, but she also has a far-sighted vision. She can harm the enemy and strengthen us without any bloodshed. She is indeed the wisest person in the demon realm. Jia looked thoughtful and nodded. Lord Crawford of the Bloody Vine Flower Estate has a good personal relationship with me. But Crawford is also the third general and lord loyal to the Shadow Empire. Forget about some supplies to support the Dark Moon. The Magician Legion and Goblin Warriors are the real elites and precious army resources. This kind of gift is too heavy. Now it seems that this is to increase the Dark Moon's bargaining chips against the capital. The Shadow Empire has been holding a wait-and-see attitude since the beginning of the civil war in the Fallen Angel Empire. Even Gerent's sneak attack on the Dark Moon's army successfully passed through Townlea. It may also be some kind of acquiescence from the higher-ups. Chenrue was silent for a while. He knew Catherine better than Jia and Isabella. She was a wise and paranoid woman. She was a truly mature and powerful empire controller. As long as she could create real peace, she would never be stingy with war and force. The Bloody Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire's internal strife gave Catherine a godsend opportunity. Although the Bloody Empire was currently in chaos, Raisin the Great was still there. With Raisin, it was impossible for the Bloody Empire to fall. What Catherine could do was to further intensify the conflict between the two princes and try to hurt the Bloody Empire's internal strife this time. The Fallen Angel Empire was different. The war against the Dark Moon this time had caused serious internal friction. There were several demon overlords, more than a dozen demon emperors, the Empire's regent and the second general were dead, and the military losses were more than 500,000. In this weakest state, if Catherine could still remain indifferent, she would not be Catherine. There was no real friendship between empires. Even if there was peaceful coexistence on the surface, there were still countless exhausting games behind. Chenrue had a hunch that with Jia's official ascension, he would inevitably play the role of an enemy and stand opposite to Catherine, who was the Empress. Gerent and Rometty should already be preparing to select soldiers. Immediately order him and Rometty's Flying Cloud Legion to set off first. Use the demonic beasts in the air to rush to Tekula Fortress as soon as possible to set up defense. Tim's Moon Shadow Legion has returned to Wallen Fortress, but the troops are not enough. Jia pondered. In this war, the 3 legions of the Dark Moon lost nearly half of their forces, and the original Capital Coalition army suffered more than half of their casualties. It can be said to be a great blow to their vitality. Although the current recruitment of recruits is smooth, it is impossible to form an army in a short time. It is really nerve-wracking. What about the Undead Legion? Isabella narrowed her blue eyes. The casualties this time should be a good supplement for the Undead Legion. Jia shook her head. If we haven't eliminated Obsidian, we can indeed do this. But now that Obsidian has been executed and the Capital Coalition army has all surrendered, if their dead comrades are transformed into undead creatures, then I will gain far more than I lose. Moreover, in the battle with Obsidian, the Dark Moon's trump card has been completely exposed. There are no secrets in terms of military power. With Catherine's wisdom, if she really wants to launch a war, there will definitely be targeted deployments. Isabella shrugged like Chenrue's habitual action. But Jia could faintly guess that Isabella should be able to guess the problem of the undead. The purpose of raising this opinion was more to remind her. Chenrue finally said, "Don't worry about the undead materials for the time being. Garadim once said that there are at least 300,000 soldiers in the ancient battlefield of Town Yinko that can be used. If he helps guard the wall and fortress, it should be able to block the possible attack. The Dark Shadow Empire's envoy will probably return in 1 or 2 days. Now we can only adapt to the situation. Let's first see what news this envoy brings. At the same time, Princess Royal Highness should make all the preparations to go to the capital." Jia nodded. In fact, in the past few days, she had already finished settling the Dark Moon and was ready to leave. However, because Chenrue had not woken up and the most important sword of Fallen Angel was missing, she had been waiting with the reason of consolidating her realm. The 3 discussed related matters for a while. Jia summoned Old Gauss, Sarandi, Gerent, and others to discuss, while Chenrue and Isabella left the palace to do things separately. When walking to the outer courtyard, Chenrue said, "If you confirm the details of the Shadow Empire's envoy, let someone tell me immediately." Isabella nodded. Her voice suddenly became charming as she asked, "Why don't you ask me if I'm free tonight? Is it because of a certain Royal Highness's important matter that you are not in the mood?" Chenrue's eyes lit up. "Mood is actually nothing, so beautiful and charming lady. Do you still remember certain promise? Can you leave the door open for me tonight? I have always had a good memory. It's okay to leave the door open." Isabella's blue eyes flickered. "It's just that you have to deal with the little black dragon sister guarding the door first." Oliphius was now stuck in Isabella's house every day, which meant that if Chenrue wanted to fulfill certain benefits, he must first get rid of the eyesore, Black Mislong. "Why is Oliphius so attached to you suddenly? She even calls you sister?" Isabella spread her hands helplessly. "It's better to call sister than mother. The first thing the little black dragon chick did when she woke up from her coma was to call me mother. It almost made the always calm Ms. Intelligence leader lose her composure. These days she took care of Oliphius's injuries, but she didn't deliberately express it. She didn't know why, but this chick liked her and kept sticking to her." Isabella sighed. "It's good to have Oliphius here, lest I'm always alone at my place. I can only look forward to the 1 or 2 hours of kindness that someone occasionally allocates every day." "I'm sorry." Chenrue lowered his head guiltily. "I'm very selfish. Why don't you just move to? Don't think that I'm as gullible as your women." Isabella snorted softly, but her eyes looking at this man showed a touch of gentleness. "Since you feel guilty, then a certain promise is cancelled. We don't owe each other anything. If you are free, you are welcome to come to my deserted little place. I think Oliphius will be very happy to see her big financial boss. It's over. Now even the benefits are gone. Princess Royal Highness is like this, and so is Madam Aunt. Princess Royal Highness at least delayed the payment, and Madam Aunt simply closed the account. You don't recognize me after eating? Are all women so irresponsible? Chinrue turned his head angrily and walked away. Seeing that there were no patrolling guards nearby, he suddenly appeared in front of Isabella in an instant. He teleported to a certain corner. Then he lifted the veil and pressed on the slightly purplish red lips. Double teleportation was used to do this kind of thing. It was really a pearl covered with dust. Isabella was caught off guard and wanted to struggle, but now Chinrue's basic power had reached the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, and his spirit power had reached S+. Isabella couldn't break free without increasing her strength. She bit the man's lips hard, but Chinrue still didn't let go. Slowly, the resistance became active. Their lips and tongues intertwined. After a long time, the two sides slowly separated. Isabella looked at his swollen lips, and she gently stroked them with her fingers, distressed. It's not that I didn't keep my promise, it's just I haven't completely overcome the difficulties, right? The so-called overcoming difficulties was the condition of a previous welfare. I don't care what difficulties you have, and I don't care how deep the knot in your heart is. I don't even care about being a substitute. You just need to know one thing. Chinrue hugged her domineeringly. You owe me a few lives. You can't let yourself die again without my permission. Do you understand? Isabella trembled. What do you mean? Chinrue didn't speak. He just looked straight into her eyes. Isabella looked away, gently broke free from his embrace, and put on the veil. Don't be smart. Isabella's eyes were a little red. She turned her back and walked out slowly. I have to go back to the stronghold first to deal with the envoy's intelligence. Inni. Chinrue sighed. I'll only say this. You have died once, and you can even start over again. What else can't you start over again? Isabella's body paused, and her voice was a little low. Give me some time. Chapter 555. Chinrue watched Isabella leave his sight with a complicated mood. In fact, from the time he really began to feel Isabella with his heart, he felt something abnormal. This beautiful woman was far better than men in terms of wisdom and means. She could even easily manipulate people's hearts. She was a veritable devil's snare flower. She smiled on the surface as if she didn't care about anything and could let go of anything. But in fact, her heart had been tightly closed. What she really let go was herself. Chinrue didn't know if the past of the Breeze shadow boots had left some indelible mark, but he could feel the heavy shackles in Isabella's heart. If Kia evaporated the tears behind her back with a burning smile, then Isabella had turned into a pool of ashes that was about to burn out. Whether she would be reborn from the fire or completely annihilated in the next moment, it was up to her. There was no doubt that Isabella liked him. At first, he might just be a substitute for some illusory character in her mind. Step by step, she was really moved now. Perhaps this kind of feeling could become the key to healing the soul and unlock the heavy shackles, step by step. If life was just the first time, Chinrue had seen a tear that couldn't be evaporated by flames. That scene was unforgettable. He would not let the tragedy happen to his woman again. Anyway, in his heart, he had already decided to be a certain guy's uncle. After leaving the palace, Chinrue put on a cloak and walked all the way out of the city gate. He found Groom in the specially divided undead area in the southern suburbs. In this decisive battle, Groom could be said to have become famous. The entire demon realm knew that the undead magician who disappeared for 2 years had returned, and he also brought an unprecedented, powerful undead unit. Even though the undead had exposed many of their shortcomings in battle, they had shown more of their strength, which was enough to contend against any regular elite army, including the Air Force and cavalry. Facing this master, who signed a master-slave agreement with him, Groom's mentality was completely different from that year. At first, the two were hostile. Chinrue was not his opponent, but he used the Fountain of Resurrection to make Groom flee with a heavy injury. Then Groom was subdued by Paglio in Town Yinko. He was forced to sign a master-slave contract with Chinrue under coercion and temptation. To some extent, Groom was the same as Rala. He was a fanatical research talent. In order to obtain a long life to study undead magic, the undead magician took the risk to transform himself into an immortal corpse necromancer. This was also the reason why he submitted to Chinrue at that time. The master-slave contract was not like the master-servant contract. Although it was also impossible to betray if the master died, it would not cause the death of the subordinate. Moreover, the master could not use the contract to terminate the subordinate's life in advance. What Garadam didn't expect was that because of this submission, he received inspiration that was almost equivalent to a qualitative change. Undead magician, undead cavalry, poison, explosion. In addition, there was also a huge amount of funding, including a huge amount of equipment for the regular army, the magic items of the skeleton magician, and even the complete dragon corpse. His great success today was definitely inseparable from this master. The strength shown by Chinrue also intimidated Garadam. In the Silent Night wetland, he was only at the Demon King level. Later, he leaped at an unimaginable speed. Great Demon King, Demon Emperor. When he reached the decisive battle in the Leith Wilderness, he was already able to compete with the peak stage of the demon overlord, Obsidian. Don't worry, Master. Even if you are not here, I will completely obey the Master's command. Garadam said respectfully after learning about Chinrue's intention, let alone Athena, who had the best impression of Garadam. Just the beautiful lady with glasses was enough to make Garadam lower his head with his tail between his legs. He witnessed the scene of Ms. Rala trampling 2 dragons of the peak stage of the demon overlord in front of everyone. There were also several demon overlords present, but none of them dared to breathe heavily. Chinrue nodded with satisfaction. Try to complete the transformation of the undead in the ancient battlefield of Town Yinko. Don't worry about the equipment. It is more than enough this time. Master, there is one more thing. I have reached the peak stage of the Demon Emperor 2,000 years ago, but I have been stagnant after transforming into a corpse necromancer. The body of the undead doesn't need other creatures. For example, in my current state, it is almost impossible to advance directly. Even if Master has the black potion, it has no effect on me. Even the longevity potion and resurrection potion are equivalent to violent poisons. According to ancient records, coupled with my research findings, to jump to the next realm, it requires a rather complicated ritual and considerable risks. These are still fine, but the key is that it requires a lot of precious materials. Garadam was not very secure. The materials needed for the ritual were extremely rare and varied. Previously, he had spent a lot of money to equip the undead. In total, the value of the materials needed this time was still above the huge sum of money to equip the undead. It was difficult to gather them with his own strength, so he proposed it nervously. What Chinrue needed was his power to create the undead. There was no shortage of demon overlords around him. There were 3 dragons alone, and the most terrifying madam, Corpse Necromancer, didn't know that Rala was also a dragon's. It was said that this master was the only close friend recognized by the Earth Elemental King. Tell me, how can I help you? Chinrue agreed without hesitation. Garadam was one of his own. The stronger he was, the better it was for him. He was never stingy with his own people. Hearing such a straightforward answer, Garadam suddenly had a strange feeling of a gentleman would die for his confidant. The 2 red lights in his eye sockets lit up. The corpse necromancer's body is a tool that can be abandoned at any time. The key is the soul fire. If you can get all the materials, there may be a qualitative change under a special ritual. This kind of ritual is quite strict and requires a lot of precious materials. There's a part of it in Sir Paglio's treasure back then, and I collected another part after I came out. Paglio's treasure all fell into Chinrue's hands back then. The poor corpse necromancer barely took away his phylactery after being drenched in deadly sulfuric acid. Chinrue understood what he meant. After asking about the required materials, he took them out from the storage warehouse one by one. Some had been used up or were not in the poison dragon's treasure. But Chenrue later obtained many good things, including the crystal dragon's treasure and various materials offered by the Custer family. Garadam got more complete materials than he expected, so he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although the remaining materials are in short supply, it shouldn't be a big problem. I will entrust the top business family of the Shadow Empire, the Custer family, to collect them. But what are the dragon power essence and the siren's heart? Many of the materials proposed by Garadam were very obscure, but Chenrue had absorbed a lot of relevant knowledge in the mechanic alliance of the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire. He knew their origins and uses, but he had never heard of these two. I'm not sure either. The dragon power essence should be related to the dragon, and the siren is a kind of siren creature in the Dead Sea. I wonder if the siren's heart is their heart? Siren from the Dead Sea? Chenrue thought that the Earth Elemental King would soon go to the Dead Sea, and his heart was moved. However, it was better to understand the specific situation of these two materials. If he was wrong, then Garadam's ritual would not be advancement, but suicide. Leave the materials to me. You can deal with the matters at hand with peace of mind. My suggestion is just for reference. The white bone magic and the transformation of the spirit dragon should be based on your undead magic basic theory. Garadam nodded and personally sent Chenrue out of the southern suburbs. Back in the Dark Moon City, Chenrue did not return to the house, but he went to the southeast block. The dragon power essence and the siren's heart were very important to Garadam, so he must figure it out. He happened to have a teacher who had received thousands of years of inheritance, so he should be able to get a satisfactory answer. Besides, there were some important things left by the ancient alchemy civilization that he wanted to give to Tetanus. The Cloak Gang's backyard was very lively and filled with the aroma of food. Tetanus, Sky, and his wife, Eve, Alien, the old goblin, and his daughter, Miss Sasa, were all there. They were barbecuing in a circle. Master Xing Xing was not present due to some affairs of the Mechanic Association. The arrival of Aguile immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the two girls, Alien and Eve. Their smart eyes flashed with joy. The quickest to react was the old goblin Didi. He immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master. Chenrue nodded and gestured to the old goblin to continue sitting down. There was no need to be overly courteous. Teacher. Chenrue saluted Tetanus. Then he greeted Sky and others. In this Battle of the Dark Moon, the improved magic crystal cannons provided by Tetanus played a big role. As long as there was enough time to build more and better magic crystal cannons, then the military power of the entire fallen angel empire would be greatly enhanced. Sky said the Battle of the Dark Moon can be said to have shocked the demon realm. The insufferably arrogant Regent Obsidian was actually beheaded by you and Princess Royal. It is incredible that the weak defeated the strong in this battle. You and Royal Highness Jia will be recorded in the history of the demon realm and praised by future generations. Soon, you will be called Royal Highness, Royal Highness. Chenrue shook his head. Master Sky has overpraised. This is all the credit of Princess Royal Highness and all the soldiers. As for the title, no matter what I look like, I am just Master's friend Aguile. Sky showed a gratified smile and nodded. Since we are friends, you don't have to be polite if you need my help. Although Xing Xing is not here, I know that he also has this attitude. Chenrue's eyes lit up, and a state of the Dark Moon cannot be compared with the entire empire. For Jia, the capital is the core of her power, but at the same time, it is also an unfamiliar environment. She must get the support of all parties. For example, the Mechanic Association. The fallen angel empire's Mechanic Association's influence was far inferior to the other two empires, due to the lack of top senior masters like Nate and Anderson, who had the title of Number 1. If Sky, the former top leather armor master, was willing to join the association in the name of Fonsac, plus the influence of Master Xing Xing, He could definitely compete with the other two empires. For Jia, it was a considerable help. Sky glanced at his wife and daughter, who showed support. You should go to the capital. Now that Nate of the Bloody Empire has lost his reputation, I don't have to worry about revenge. It's just the right time to come out and covet some fame and fortune. Shinrue knew Sky's personality very well. Not only was he not greedy for fame and fortune, but he was very indifferent. Especially after encountering the great changes back then, he valued his family more. He just wanted to live a stable life. Now that he took the initiative to come out, it was obviously to repay his kindness. Since Master is interested in fame and fortune, I have to be a villain who wants to repay your kindness. Shenrue did not refuse hypocritically, but he continued the conversation. The two looked at each other and smiled without any unnecessary pretense. This was originally the case between true friends. Chapter 556. Well, if you two keep looking at each other like this, I'm afraid there will be a problem. My Sally will be jealous. The one who spoke was the old man Tetanus, Sky's wife and Aldous' sister, Sally. She was forthright. Somehow, the old man took a fancy to her, and he recognized her as his daughter. Eve and Alien are still here. What is your old grandfather saying? Sally poured another glass of wine for the old man and complained. Why should Mother be jealous? What will happen to Sir Aguile and Father? Alien asked curiously. Eve shook her head as she couldn't understand. Instead, Miss Sasa opened her mouth. I understand. This is the kind of gay friend who likes men mentioned in Alice's book? No wonder Alice said that Sir Aguile is annoying. Shut up. The old dwarf was startled and immediately gave his daughter a knock. Ms. Sasa covered her head and looked at her father with resentment. Shinrue's face behind the mask was a little green. It seemed that the poison of the little lowly was everywhere. Sir Aguile is a good person. Alice also wanted us to come up with ideas to deal with Sir, but my sister and I didn't agree. Alien said, and Eve nodded quickly. The little lowly's resentment against Aguile. Shinrue shook his head with a bitter smile and took Alien's good person card. At this time, Tetanus had finished the wine poured by Sally and said, You came here to find me, the old man, right? Come with me. The old man drank a lot of wine today, and his nose was red. He dragged Shinrue to the lab. Walking into the lab, Shinrue moved a chair for the old man to sit down. The old man burped and said, This time the old man really made a mistake. You can actually bring down the entire empire. This is an amazing miracle. You are right. Things are impermanent and everything is possible. However, I know you, kid. It is impossible to learn from me at this time. Don't hide anything. You know the old man doesn't like to beat around the bush. But I definitely can't go out like Sky. My bet with Saman is only 1 year away. I just want to seize this time and teach everything I know to you and Aldous, understand? Understood. Shenrue's heart was slightly touched. The old man's mind now is to pass on the torch of fire before he dies. He is really good to his disciple. When the Dark Moon started the war, he even wanted to forcibly take me away from the war. However, with me around, the fire can be passed on, but the torch of fire is still unknown. I came to see you today for 2 things. Have you heard of Dragon Power Essence and Siren's Heart? The Dragon Power Essence is the essence condensed by the souls of dragons that did not dissipate after their death. It has the dragon demeanor and part of the soul power of the dragons when they were alive. This kind of material is extremely rare in the demon realm, but there's a lot of it in one place. However, even the peak stage of the demon overlord will die if he barges into that place. That is the Dragon Island. Dragon Island. It was not the first time that Shenrue heard of this term. The Dragon Island was a gathering place of social dragons. It did not refer to a single island. In fact, Crubolus was from a branch of the Dragon Island. The Dragon Island was equivalent to a family model. In contrast, Paglio and Rollo were equivalent to stragglers without a group background. Tetanus looked solemn. I don't know how many dragons there are on the Dragon Island. Although the fertility rate of dragons is extremely low, no one knows how many dragons there are on the Dragon Island. However, it is said that even the demigod powerhouse does not dare to barge into the Dragon Island. It is evident how powerful they are. Originally, from the literal understanding of dragon power essence, Chenrue still wanted to find Peglio and the others to think of a way, but he did not expect it to be the sole essence after death. As for the Dragon Island, perhaps there were still future troubles from the last battlefield. Chenrue did not have this kind of delusion at all. Siren is a siren clan of the Dead Sea. They are good at mixing spirit power into singing to create a powerful illusion. The so-called siren's heart does not refer to their heart, but the life crystal on their forehead. After losing it, their vitality will be greatly damaged, and it will take many years to recover. Siren's temperament is very unyielding. If you don't get their own will, you can't get the siren's heart even if you kill them. Chenrue frowned. In this way, the idea of asking the Earth Elemental King for help was also dispelled. Garadam's advancement was really not a simple matter. Thank you for your answer, teacher. The second thing is that when I went out this time, under the guidance of the Grand Master's inheritance, I got some relics of the ancient civilization. Please have a look, teacher. As Chenrue said, he took out the expired black potions from the ancient alchemy civilization ruins. When Tetanus heard the words Grand Master's inheritance and ancient civilization, he was already in high spirits. He carefully took the abandoned potions, unplugged the stopper, sniffed it with the tip of his nose, and he suddenly woke up from his drunkenness. Styx flower, purple thinking grass, deer tooth vine. I didn't expect that after this bottle of eternal power expired, I can actually calculate the components in it. It's just that Styx flower and purple mind grass have always been incompatible. When they are used together, they will have a very violent effect. They are usually used to trigger poison. How can they both appear in the black potions with a mild temperament and no side effects? Different uses have different functions. If I add the black feather root, using the water solution and acid leaching method, the original explosive attribute can produce a kind of resonance power. I have taken a full set of eternal potions. In addition to the individual increase in attributes, after drinking the full set, there was a strange fluctuation similar to resonance in my body. My overall quality has increased again, just like taking the black potion again. Then we can infer that Styx flower, purple mind grass, and black feather root should be the basic materials of every eternal potion. The water solution and acid leaching method are necessary secret methods for the preparation. That's right. Tetanus showed ecstasy and jumped up from the chair. The black potions had been lost for so many years, and most of the prescriptions and secret methods were incomplete. Pharmaceutics was broad and profound. A small difference could change the attributes of the entire potion. Now that some of the prescriptions and secret methods could be confirmed, combined with the knowledge left behind, there would definitely be a stage breakthrough, especially for a super quasi-grand master like Tetanus. The old man suddenly reacted, and his bloodshot eyes widened. How did you know that adding the black feather root and using the water solution and acid leaching method would have such an effect? I've never taught you this method, and even in the 10,000 years of inheritance I've obtained, there's no such method. Where did you learn it? Chenrue also came to his senses and pointed to his head. I don't know how, but I know it. It should be due to the inheritance I got. Unfortunately, there is only a part of the Grand Master's consciousness which is incomplete. Ancient alchemy civilization. Your Grand Master must be from the ancient alchemy civilization. The old man grabbed Chenrue's shoulder excitedly and shook for a while. If Chenrue hadn't reached the same level of strength as the old man now, perhaps his bones would have been shattered. The secret recipe that Chenrue knew was actually obtained from the memory fragments he devoured in the alchemy civilization trial, but he didn't expect the old man to know the ancient alchemy civilization. After a long time, the old man regained his calmness and found that his vigorous eagle claw technique was a bit excessive. He patted his disciple's shoulder embarrassedly and said some ancient records that could not be seen in the demon realm's history books. The 7 royal families and the demon realm's various races today were not the first to exist in the demon realm. Before that, there were countless civilizations or forces. These civilizations were only recorded in some ancient scrolls. It was said that the ancient alchemy civilization was the origin of alchemy. The scope covered was not limited to mechanics and potions. Alchemy covered every corner of life. For example, lighting. The current magic lamp of the demon realm was invented by the mechanic Grand Master Martini 70,000 years ago. Its true value was comparable to any artifact or even more. However, in the alchemy civilization, the magic lamp had appeared a long time ago, but the original principle was different. It was made with a kind of light-gathering insect that had been extinct in the demon realm. The insects were constantly dying and reproducing in the special environment of the lamp. It was equivalent to a kind of near-eternal power. This alone was beyond the reach of the current magic lamp. It was just that the alchemy civilization was annihilated in the vast river of history, like many civilizations for some reason. Only part of the knowledge of mechanics and potions was passed down, and it had evolved into the 2 major alchemy academic sects today. Chinrue asked tentatively, "Does teacher know the Abyss family?" Tetanus was startled, and he pondered, "I haven't heard of it, but the word abyss means taboo in the ancient language. I don't know what the specific meaning is. By the way, where did you get these abandoned black potions? Is there anything else?" When the old man mentioned this, his eyes were glowing with green light. Chinrue had goosebumps, but Chinrue knew that what the old man valued was knowledge rather than wealth. Tetanus was similar to an expert professor who devoted his life to academic research. He was a real scholar and researcher, not a beast like Nate who pursued fame and profit and deceived the world. That is a place in the White Feather Estate. It should be a site of the ancient alchemy civilization. Only some lamp spirits are still alive in it. Lamp spirits? Tetanus said excitedly, "I remember that there are ancient records that the lamp spirits are the concubines and magicians in the alchemy civilization." You actually found a living lamp spirit? Not only the lamp spirits, there are also some assemble puppets, crystal beasts, and so on. Unfortunately, they are no longer usable. Chinrue thought about it. It's just that no one can enter that place except me. I was in a hurry to rush back to the Dark Moon this time, so I didn't have time to take more things away. I only brought back these abandoned black potions. I have heard of assemble puppets. What is a crystal beast? The more unknown things were, the more it could arouse the old man's interest. His face was full of fanaticism as he said incoherently, "Why are you in a hurry to come back? Why didn't you bring more out?" Chinrue rolled his eyes. "If I don't rush back, the Dark Moon will be finished. I'm afraid you have run away with your adopted daughter's family now." However, he also knew the importance of the knowledge of alchemy civilization to Tetanus. Not only was it a fanatical pursuit of knowledge, but it could also get a deeper understanding from the remnants of alchemy civilization. Then, the deadly duel a year later might not be a sure defeat. Chinrue also wanted to use Tatini's ability to restore the combat power of those assembled puppets and crystal beasts. If he could really restore the powerful troops left by the alchemy civilization or even mass-produce them into an army, then even if the Shadow Empire or the Bloody Empire used the fallen angel army, he could be fearless. The giant crystal beast was an existence that could directly compete with the demon overlord. The assembled puppets, crystal beasts, and lamp spirits also had very powerful combat power. "I've decided." The old man slammed the chair. "If you want to go to the capital, take the old man with you. There is only one condition. Get the alchemy civilization out for me to study." This was a decision he could not have wished for. Chapter 5:57. Qin Rui naturally would not refuse Titini's request to enter the capital. With the reputation of the top leather armor master, Fonsac, and the top item master, Tetanus, the Fallen Angel Empire's mechanic association was definitely going to surpass the other two empires. The old man wanted to teach Qin Rui the ancient inheritance memory knowledge, but the important discoveries of the materials just now inspired him a lot in the research of black potions. He was about to experiment, so he didn't force him to stay. Qin Rui walked out of the lab and said goodbye to the Sky Couple and others. Before leaving, the eyes of the two dark elf girls made him feel a little strange, as if Qin Rui then shook his head. Eve and Alien are only 1 or 2 years older than Alice, and they are still little girls. They usually have too little contact with the opposite sex, so they are just some vague feelings that are not sensible. As long as I alienate them appropriately and let them see more of the world, they can disappear. Back at the house, Qin Rui told them the latest intel of the Shadow Empire. Athena and Kia both looked worried. The civil war of the Fallen Angel Empire had just stopped, and the foreign enemies immediately looked covetously. Delia looked a little solemn. She was the first to get the intel of the Dark Shadow Empire's envoy, but it was still too late. After getting the so-called official news of the envoy had already crossed Town Wallen. The purpose was very clear, which was to catch the Dark Moon off guard. Lomont, Paglio, and Crobolus looked indifferent. Only Rala said, "The road of the powerhouse is always full of thorns. You can reach your current level. You must have experienced countless dangerous battles to break through your limits. As your woman, I have also experienced it before. I will not be an obstacle to you entering the peak." Paglio understood the first half of the sentence the most. He watched this human strength take off step by step. In 2 years, the strength of Lesser Demon leaped to the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, and he also had the transformation ability comparable to the intermediate stage of the Demon Overlord. This was an unimaginable miracle. The Grand Master's inheritance was certainly an important reason, but it was also inseparable from countless training and battles on the edge of life and death. The fairy dragon's voice then sounded. "However, you don't need to invest everything for a mere empire. Even if this empire is gone, so what? We can go to another place. At most, we can escape to the distant region outside the 3 empires and open up another space like the Rainbow Valley. If you want Jia or other women, just take them together." Qin Rui didn't expect Rala, who had always pretended to be naive, to say these words. He understood that Rala still had lingering fears because he almost died with obsidian on the battlefield. Although Jia was his beloved woman, and the Dark Moon was also managed by him, Dark Moon, Chen Wang, Dark Moon Chen, Qin Rui, Chen, and Dark Moon. I'm not asking you to escape now, but I'm telling you that we have a way out. My man is not some kind of guy who abandons his companions and just runs away. As Rala said, she glanced at Paglio. Understood. Qin Rui felt warmth in his heart, and he nodded honestly. Seeing Miss Long's demonstrative glare, Master Poison Dragon, who was shot in the knee, choked a mouthful of wine in his throat. "You encourage your man. What does it have to do with me? I also hope that my man will become stronger and stronger so that he can explore more high-level secrets with me, such as a certain silver box." Master Poison Dragon's dragon eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Qin Rui's shoulder hard. "Prosper together! Develop together!" Qin Rui looked at Paglio with a weird expression. Is the next sentence building a harmonious society? The next afternoon, the envoys of the Shadow Empire finally arrived. This time, the envoys were a man and a woman. The woman was Lilais, who came to the Dark Moon to discuss cooperation with Ice Eyes last time. Her strength was the early stage of the Demon Emperor. The man was also Qin Rui's acquaintance, Turtula, who had fought with Qin Rui in the Mountain Shillong Loki incident, intermediate stage of the Demon Overlord. On the Dark Moon side, besides Aguile, Jia was surrounded by the capital's Demon Overlords, led by Stiller. Sheriff Athena and Dodo's transformed financial officer Qin Rui were also there. According to Tetanus, the root cause of Dodo's mutation was the devouring of the red dragon's dragon power essence. The devil fruit later induced and refined the power of the dragon power essence step by step. According to this principle, Dodo's potential was very great. Unfortunately, this slime was timid and cowardly. Now that he was close to Chinrue and the others, he didn't want to make progress. Instead, his transformation ability was fully explored. Coupled with the cover of Lomont's Belphegor royal family's secret treasure, evil blue tear, even the demon overlord couldn't see through him. After the two sides finished greeting, Lilai said, "Princess Royal Highness, the Dark Moon and the Bloody Vine Flower Estate of the Shadow Empire have a very good foundation for cooperation. This time, I came under the order of Her Majesty Catherine to discuss further, in-depth cooperation with Your Highness." Jia immediately understood the meaning. It's Catherine the Great, not the Bloody Vine Flower Estate? Yes. Lilai smiled behind the thin veil. Princess Jia's battle in the Townleith wilderness shocked the demon realm. This is a classic battle worthy of being recorded in history. Her Majesty Catherine is full of praise for Your Highness's heroism and strategy. She wants to help Your Highness to sweep away the obstacles in the Empire and ascend to the throne of the Empress. Thank you very much for Catherine the Great's kindness, but the affairs of the fallen angel empire will be solved by the Lucifer royal family themselves. There is no need for the Shadow Empire to bother. I will remember this friendship in my heart as a witness of the two empires going forward hand in hand. Turtles spoke in a rather unfriendly tone, so the Lord of the Dark Moon is going to refuse the friendship of our Empress. Jia was not the Empress now. A lord rejecting the friendship of a great empress was enough to start a war. However, the war excuse was just a name. If there was really a war, there would be a war even if there was no excuse. Turtla was just using this as a pretext to exert pressure. Humph. Stiller let out a cold snort, faintly exuding the breath of the peak stage of the demon overlord. Are you threatening me? In front of so many powerful demon overlords, Turtla was still domineering. He clearly showed that he was not afraid of falling out. He represented the powerful Shadow Empire. Once these demon overlords dared to make a move, the entire fallen angel empire would be retaliated several times over. Chinrue suddenly thought of the saying, "A weak country has no diplomacy." Diplomatic status was based on the strength of the country, no matter which dimension it was. Only when one's motherland was truly powerful could one wash away the humiliation of history, deter the petty and evil, and establish an invincible position on the international stage. Extreme performance could easily become a tool to be used, causing one's true original intention to deviate from the track and go further and further away. Our country and the fallen angel empire have always been friendly and cooperative, and we have signed a peace contract. How can it be a threat? Lilai's expression remained unchanged. Her Majesty Catherine herself also walked out of difficulties step by step. She naturally understands Princess Jia's difficulties, so we came from afar with goodwill, hoping to help Your Highness. Dodo's transformed Chinrue asked a prepared line under Athena's hint. What kind of help can Her Majesty Catherine provide? Lilai's gaze stayed on Chinrue for a moment, and she replied, Her Majesty Catherine has begun to hoard heavy troops in front of Tekula Fortress and Townlea. She can advance in both directions to assist Princess Jia to control the entire empire by force in the first place and successfully ascend the throne. Lilai's knew that it was difficult to hide the movements of the army in the territory from the fallen angel's eyes and ears. So she simply said it with a dignified reason. Assist? This is a good word. The real Chinrue changed his voice and spoke behind the mask. There is an old saying in the demon realm that there is never reaping without sowing. So, in order to repay this assistance, what kind of reward should we pay? Should we pay a lot of money? Or should we cede some important land? Money and ceding land cannot be equated with true friendship. Lilai still had a moving smile. In everyone's ears, this sentence was not satisfied with ceding land and reparations. In fact, Her Majesty Catherine does not want money or land as a reward. She just hopes to work hand in hand with Princess Jia to deepen the cooperation between the two empires, including economic and military aspects. We will strengthen trade between the two empires, reduce tax rates, and promote development. Lilai said a lot. It sounded like a win-win situation. But in Chen Rui's ears, these benefits contained a lot of embryonic economic warfare. I didn't expect Catherine to have such insight. As a partner, we hope to get the Dark Moon's soil improvement technology, magic crystal cannon, heavy ballista, and other advanced ordnance manufacturing technology, including borrowing some exclusive talents, such as this financial officer, Sir Chen Rui. Lilai's obviously got to the point. She smiled and glanced at Chen Rui. At present, the two princes of the Bloody Empire are confronting each other in the north of the Iron Fist estate. After Princess Royal Highness ascends the throne, Catherine the Great wants your empire to send troops from the Warlock Fortress to help the Bloody Empire quell the civil strife. Of course, the army of the Shadow Empire will enter your empire's territory through the Tekula Fortress to assist, and our empire's first general, Brock, will also send troops from the Jurgle Fortress to exert pressure. Qinrui suddenly understood Catherine's intentions. Firstly, it was to obtain confidential technology and talents. Secondly, it was to use the fallen Angel Empire to fight with the Bloody Empire to reap the benefits. She really didn't need to cede land, nor did she need to seize the city. As long as she exhausted the effective power of the fallen Angel Empire and the Bloody Empire, wouldn't the territory be at her fingertips? Taking advantage of the burning house, fishing in troubled waters, driving the tiger to devour the wolf, destroying the country through false means, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. There were countless strategies and calculations in it. Qinrui felt inferior. Judging from this trend, Catherine was determined to make a move when the fallen Angel Empire was weak. Jia and the capital's demon overlords were not fools. Putting aside the tricks of economic trade, everyone could see the sinister intentions of the so-called cooperation. Jia immediately refused. Please forgive me, I can't agree. Lilai's was not surprised by Jia's refusal. She said with a smile, Your Highness said it too early. No matter what, Your Highness is only the Lord of the Dark Moon now. You can't represent the will of the entire empire. If Your Highness doesn't agree, Her Majesty Empress can change to another partner who can truly represent the fallen Angel Empire, such as Sikali, Lucifer, who occupies the capital of your empire, or another more sincere royal family. The meaning of the Shadow Empire was very simple. Now the fallen Angel Empire has no master. If you don't agree, I can invade with my army and support a more obedient puppet to ascend the throne. This was a blatant threat. The faces of the demon overlords around Jia suddenly changed. A murderous aura shrouded Lilai's. Lilai seemed to have some kind of secret treasure by her side. She still maintained a calm smile. She had the momentum of remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Jia had been recognized by the sword of fallen angel and defeated obsidian. She was the recognized heir of the empire. Even if the demon overlords had their own plans in their hearts, they couldn't deny this. Now that the Shadow Empire's envoy openly threatened the future empress of the fallen angel empire, it was threatening the entire fallen angel empire. Moreover, it was in front of so many demon overlords, so they naturally couldn't sit back and watch. The strength of the Shadow Empire was stronger than that of the fallen angel empire. Especially in this kind of internal friction battle, the fallen angel empire had suffered heavy losses, and it was pulled further away by the other two empires. Once these two envoys were killed, it was tantamount to cutting off the last hope. The Shadow Empire's troops that were hoarded at the two borders did not hesitate to send out troops. As the saying went, a slight move would affect the whole situation. Although Stiller and other demon overlords were angry, they still didn't dare to act rashly. What Madame Lilis wants to express is that we have to accept Catherine the Great's friendship, whether we accept it or not. Chenrue pondered for a moment, and he broke the increasingly stiff atmosphere. This sentence was obviously a knowing question. Lilis smiled and said nothing. Turtle sneered and said, Sir Aguile, after the hurried farewell at Mountain Shillong last time, I miss Sir very much. Oh, I wonder if Sir Turtle's golden puppet has been repaired? Chenrue deliberately provoked. His current royal star transformation power was no longer comparable to that day, so he was naturally not afraid of Turtle. Only then did everyone know that this Aguile had actually fought with Turtle. It seemed that the latter had suffered a lot of losses. However, Turtle was not fooled. Instead, he added, Sir's strength is indeed extraordinary. With the God-eating mask in hand, I know I'm not your opponent. It's just that I didn't expect that the master of the Beelzebub royal family would actually submit to Princess Royal Highness of the Dark Moon. The word "we" just now was used so intimately that I couldn't see the old hatred between the two royal families at all. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the capital's demon overlords all fell on Chenrue. The Beelzebub's God-eating empire was destroyed by the fallen angel empire. The two families could be described as a long-standing hatred. There had been rumors that Aguile was a remnant of Beelzebub, but everyone only thought it was a rumor. Now the Dark Shadow Empire's envoy, Turtle, personally said that Aguile was the king of Beelzebub and had mastered the God-eating mask. Judging from the conversation between the two, Turtle was defeated by the God-eating mask, and even caused the Asmodeus royal family's golden puppet to be severely injured. Princess Royal Jia's fiancé, the future husband of the empire, is actually the master of the Beelzebub royal family. How can this not be shocking? So what is Aguile? Beelzebub's intention in helping Jia like this? What conspiracy is there? A few demon overlords with active thinking immediately thought of the reason for Obsidian sanctions against Jia was losing the God-eating mask fragment. Could it be? For a while, many people began to whisper, and their eyes looking at Jia seemed complicated. Chapter 558. Chenrue secretly exclaimed in his mind. Turtle actually went around this topic. Neither of the two envoys of the Shadow Empire this time is easy to deal with. On the surface, Lilis played the good cop, while Turtle played the bad cop. But Turtle was the one who really made the moves. They cooperated with tacit understanding. These moves worked immediately. Before thinking about how to deal with the conditions of the Shadow Empire, the Dark Moon side was in chaos first. Chenrue rolled his eyes. It is said that although your empire's Catherine the Great has been single for many years, she has a special affection for a man. I wonder if this rumor is true? Turtle's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. How dare you slander Her Majesty Catherine's name? Chenrue snorted coldly. I slander? Do you have evidence to say that I'm a Beelzebub royal family? I also said that I'm an Asmodeus royal family or a human. Do you believe it? Turtle said coldly, a guy who doesn't even dare to admit his surname is not worthy to be the master of a family. I want to see what kind of storm you can stir up in the fallen angel empire. Chenrue shook his head. The truth is always difficult to be accepted. In fact, Catherine is indeed interested in a man, and that man is indeed a human. Jia's faint voice sounded. Provoking our unity is not the intention of the envoy this time. Aguile is my fiancé, so outsiders don't need to worry about him. I just want to ask the two envoys, is the three-empire peace agreement that Her Majesty Catherine personally signed that day still valid? The one who signed the contract was Regent Obsidian. Lilis gave the final answer in one sentence, which was also Catherine's true attitude. Chenrue asked, this matter is too important. Can you give us some time to think about it? This sentence already had the momentum of making a decision for Princess Royal Jia. Stiller and others' complexions changed. Turtle replied, by tomorrow morning at the latest, Lilis and I must get an answer. Otherwise, it can only be regarded as the Lord of the Dark Moon rejecting the kindness of our Empress. Okay, I'll definitely give you an accurate answer tomorrow morning. Chenrue answered with certainty. Baroque was furious. Wait a while. Why do you agree for Her Highness Jia? Suddenly, there was a vast and cold aura in the hall. A sword appeared out of thin air in front of Jia. It was the sword of Fallen Angel. The whispers stopped suddenly. Jia stood up and said, Aguile's words are my thoughts. It's decided. Although Jia was not an empress yet, in the face of the highest divine weapon, Baroque and the others could only bow helplessly. Gauss, bring the 2 envoys to the royal hotel. Old Gauss stepped out and walked out of the hall with Lilith and Turtula. The sword of Fallen Angel gradually disappeared. Chenrue saluted and said, Princess Jia, I have something to discuss with Madame Athena and Sir Chenrue. I'll come later. Jia nodded and gestured for the 3 of them to go out first. The excited voices of several demon overlords immediately sounded in the hall. Princess Royal, who is Aguile? Turtulus said that Aguile is the king of Beelzebub. It doesn't seem to be slander. Even if he is not the Beelzebub royal family, he may be related to the Shadow Empire. He pretended to stand up, but he actually agreed to the conditions of the Shadow Empire on behalf of Royal Highness. Jia sat quietly on the highest chair and did not answer. Soon, Aguile, who was condemned by everyone, appeared in the hall. The soundproof magic circle seemed to be activated in the hall again. It suddenly became quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. Time passed minute by minute. The light of the 2 moons gradually turned from white to purple. Under the quiet moonlight, there were countless restless hearts. The quiet moonlight began to become slightly dazzling again. Although it was not hot enough, it brought light to the entire demon realm. Lilys and Turtula rushed to the palace early in the morning. Now that Jia had not ascended the throne, it was the time to press on step by step. Once Jia really returned to the capital and ascended the throne, then the whole situation would change dramatically. The army of the Shadow Empire had quickly mobilized toward the 2 major locations of the Fallen Angel Empire. It was estimated that they would be assembled in 2 days. This was the real reason for giving the Dark Moon a deadline to think. The extra time was a buffer for themselves to respond to changes. Outside the palace, Lilys and Turtula met Athena, who came out to greet them. Beside Athena was a pair of strange man and woman, both of whom were demon overlords. The strength of the green-haired woman alone was comparable to Turtula. Although the other man did not release his breath, he gave Turtula an invisible, terrifying pressure. The peak stage of the demon overlord. Turtula and Lilys quickly exchanged glances, and Athena said, Envoys, please come with me. Athena's direction was actually not inside the palace. Lilys asked, General Athena, where are we going? Doesn't Her Majesty Catherine want to hear the reply of the Lord of the Dark Moon? Athena was calm. Both of you will understand right away. Lilys and Turtula were a little surprised, but they were not worried. In just one night, what countermeasures can Jia have? Anyway, the Dark Moon didn't have the courage to set any traps, so they immediately followed Athena and walked outside. The Dark Moon City did not suffer from the war. Coupled with Jia's great victory, the bustling situation of the past had been restored a lot. There was an endless stream of people and businessmen coming and going. As Athena walked, she asked, Both of you, how is the economy of the Dark Moon compared to the Shadow Empire? Lilys nodded and said, The prosperity of the Dark Moon estate is famous in the demon realm. Although it is not comparable to our Empire's Dark Shadows capital, there are only a handful of estates or cities that can be compared with it. To be able to develop to this extent in a short period of time, and even drive other places to follow suit, the talents of Royal Highness Jia and Sir Chenrue, the general's lover, are really amazing. I would like to say something inappropriate in private. If the general and Sir Chenrue can switch to our empire, I believe Her Majesty Empress will meet any conditions of both of you. Thank you for your attention, Royal Highness Catherine and Madame Lilys. Athena smiled slightly, and she did not continue the conversation. This was already a tactful refusal. This attitude was not unexpected to Lilys. If it was so easy to rope in, it would not be Chinrue or Athena. However, since she said this now, it might be a step forward in the future. The group walked all the way out of the city gate, rode on the prepared demonic horses, and came to the southern suburbs. The increasingly gloomy breath made Turtula and Lilys' eyes flash with vigilance. Athena said, "Don't be nervous, both of you. This is the barracks of our Dark Moon's undead army." Standing at the gate of the undead barracks was the terror knight of the intermediate stage of the demon overlord, Pegasus. After seeing Athena, he saluted respectfully and let everyone in. Pegasus and the spirit dragon were known as Garadam's greatest masterpieces. They had the real demon overlord's strength and immortal attributes. His body was destroyed in the battle of the wilderness, but his soul fire was not extinguished. He was resurrected by Garadam using the soul summoning technique, but his state was still relatively weak. It would take a considerable period of time to absorb the dark elements to fully recover. There was an endless undead army in the undead barracks. They were all equipped with armor and weapons like a regular army. At present, they were all standing still, like corpses, as if they were dead. However, Turtula and Lilys knew that as long as the controller gave an order, these undead would become a terrifying combat power. The Battle of the Dark Moon made the status of the undead soldiers in military operations change dramatically. No one dared to underestimate the undead that could only be used as cannon fodder. Both of you, how is this undead army plus the 3 legions of the Dark Moon compared to your empire's army assembled in Town Leia? Turtula's pupils contracted slightly. He was not Jiangon, so of course he would not follow the plot of the great ensemble of the 3 kingdoms and say, worthy of its reputation, because Athena had already carried the meaning of provocation. At this critical moment, provocation meant the surprise in Lilys' eyes flashed, and she asked calmly, "General Athena, can your words represent the entire Dark Moon estate?" At this moment, they heard the sound of saluting cannons coming from the Dark Moon city in the distance. Some kind of cheers were getting louder and louder. Turtula took a step forward and stood in front of Lilys to protect her. His sharp eyes fell on Athena's face. "What is this sound? What do you mean?" "This is the sound of the Dark Moon celebrating. They should have received a magic message. Her Majesty Jia has successfully ascended the throne in the capital." As for Madame Lilys' previous question, Athena looked at Turtula without avoiding. "Athena, Wales, the Dark Moon's acting lord, greets 2 envoys." Even though Turtula and Lilys were quite shrewd, their faces changed when they heard Athena's words. Then the 2 immediately calmed down. Their first reaction was that Athena was deliberately mystifying. This is too incredible. Jia ascended the throne in the capital? Yesterday afternoon, the 2 of them saw Jia and the sword of fallen angel in the palace with their own eyes. This is definitely not an impersonation. In just one night, Jia went to the capital and ascended the throne as the empress? She must be hiding. She wants to set up a diversion to avoid this decision, then put on a show to delay time and rush to the capital. Turtula snorted coldly. "I didn't expect that we have overestimated Princess Royal Highness. She actually used this kind of petty trick. Even if she hides, it is useless. If we don't get a reply, the Wallen Fortress, Red Spirit Estate, and Tekula Fortress will be captured by us at the same time the day after tomorrow. By then, it will be too late for Princess Jia to get the throne, even if she really wants it. It's ridiculous that the 2 of you think you are smart. But how ignorant you are actually. First of all, I will correct your basic mistake. Now it is Her Majesty Jia, not your Highness." Athena knew that the 2 of them didn't believe it, so she sneered. Just last night, Her Majesty Jia arrived at the capital with several elder families and royal family demon overlords. Today's coronation ceremony will be held, and she has successfully ascended the throne. Looking at the doubtful expressions of the two, Athena showed a proud expression. I believe that General Geraint, who left early in the morning, is about to arrive at the Tecula fortress. The Red Spirit Lord, Josh, returned to the Red Spirit estate after the decisive battle. He also took the 3 legions of the original capital army with him. He is currently waiting in Town Sam on the border. Behind Town Sam is Town Moling, which Kaneda had operated for many years. It is extremely sturdy. Even an army several times larger can't break through in a short time. As for the Dark Moon, just now, I led you to watch the prosperity of the Dark Moon and the military power of the Dark Moon. Isn't that enough to explain my attitude? I forgot to tell you that Master Geratum has led half of the undead army to the Wallen Fortress. Is this only half of the undead army? Turtula and Lylais both took a deep breath. If what Athena said is true, in the case of a well-prepared battle, even if the Dark Shadow army is deployed, it is impossible to take down the 3 key places of the fallen Angel Empire in a short time. Finally, Her Majesty Jia has a few original words for me to convey to the 2 of you. We can afford to fight, and we can also afford to drag on. As long as the Shadow Empire dares to fight, we dare to take it on. Even if it benefits Raisin, we will drag the Shadow Empire down with us. Chapter 5:59. Lylais and Turtula were finally truly moved. Athena's determination and performance, now, are by no means faked. Could it be that Jia has miraculously returned to the capital in such a short time and ascended to the throne? In theory, there are 2 ways to ignore space. The first is the water element magic, time and space gate. This magic is effective for a short period of time, and it is very easy to be interfered with. During the effective days after it is cast, it will continuously consume spirit power every day. The second method is to build a space portal. This condition is more demanding and has extremely high environmental requirements. The most basic facility is to build a strong magic pool. For the capital of an empire, this kind of environment will definitely be strictly guarded and eliminated. Moreover, with the fallen angel capital sanctions and precautions against the Dark Moon for 300 years, it is impossible for Obsidian to leave a door for the Dark Moon. The most important thing is that whether it is the time and space gate or the space portal, there are strict restrictions in terms of distance. It is impossible to reach such a long distance between the capital and the Dark Moon estate. Otherwise, by building a space portal, humans and the demon realm can directly kill each other. Is there a need to fight once every 500 years? Lylais and Turtula's only hope now is that they have misjudged. Catherine's purpose is to take advantage of the critical moment when the fallen Angel Empire is without a master to enter and drive the fallen Angel Empire to fight the Bloody Empire, instead of the Shadow Empire fighting the fallen Angel Empire desperately. Once the fallen Angel Empire really goes all out to fight and does not hesitate to use the power of the entire empire to consume the national power and troops of the Shadow Empire, then just like Ja's words, it will ultimately benefit Raisin. The Shadow Empire is dragged to death by the fallen Angel Empire. This is definitely not the goal of this envoy. In fact, this Princess Royal Highness, perhaps I should really change her name to Her Majesty Shay. She will definitely do what she said. Otherwise, she will not angrily refuse Obsidian's proposal and openly trigger a crusade. We have understood General Athena's meaning. Now we want to return to the Dark Moon City. I wonder if General allows it? Lylais' tone softened a little. Athena had 2 intermediate stage of the Demon Overlord and 1 peak stage of the Demon Overlord, plus so many undead army. It was easy to kill them. Lylais was not afraid of death, but she wanted to confirm the amazing news as soon as possible. Both of you are guests of the Dark Moon. As the new lord, please forgive me if I am rude or inconsiderate in my hospitality. Both of you can help yourselves. If you want to return to the Shadow Empire, I will organize a cocktail party to send you off. Speaking of this, Athena herself was a little uncomfortable. After all, she was also forced to do something beyond her abilities. She always thought that she, like her father, George and the Red Dragon Aunt, was most suitable for a military career. Being a lord really lacked a sense of immersion. Moreover, it was the largest and most prosperous Dark Moon estate in the entire empire. However, the entire Dark Moon estate was developed and strengthened with the help of Princess Royal by Chun Rui, and she also had a part in it. In particular, Jia said before leaving last night, "Athena, guard our home." This sentence had a double meaning. Athena knew in her heart that some things would not change even if Shay became an empress. Chun Rui, who followed Shay to the capital, would not change even more. Chun Rui, who followed Shay to the capital, would not change. It seemed that the substitute lord would not be a temporary one. Lies and Turtula didn't care about these details at all. Seeing that Athena had no intention of stopping them, they hurriedly left. As soon as they walked into the city, they saw that almost all the people were cheering. Even the faces of the soldiers were filled with uncontrollable excitement. The cheers of "Long live your Majesty" came one after another. Many shops even took the opportunity to offer a large number of discounts. It was several times grander than the festival. The hearts of the two envoys sank. The ascension is not a trivial matter. In this kind of scene of the military and civilians reveling in front of us, if it is still a trick, Jia will only shoot herself in the foot. Jia's ascension and not ascension are completely different concepts. Moreover, the Dark Moon has strict defenses at 3 key points. It seems that I must report to Catherine the Great as soon as possible. In fact, Athena's words were exaggerated. It was impossible for Geraint to arrive at Tekula Fortress in such a short time. Josh only took 1 legion with him at the beginning. But the most important thing was that Jia's ascension was by no means a bluff. Just after the 2 envoys left the palace yesterday afternoon, Chun Rui, Jia, and others had a secret discussion in the hall. Chun Rui proposed the best way: rush to the capital, ascend the throne immediately, and then show an attitude of fighting to the death with the power of the entire empire. As the saying goes, the barefoot is not afraid of the wet shoes. I believe the Dark Shadow Empire definitely doesn't want to perish together and let the Bloody Empire take advantage of it for nothing. Everyone knew this method, but it would take a few days for the Dark Moon to go to the capital even by the fastest flying demonic beast. By then, the Shadow Empire's deadline would have already passed. However, Chun Rui really had a shortcut, which was the fairy dragon's Rainbow Valley space. Of course, the Rainbow Valley could not be fully seen by those outsiders. The entrance was forcibly transferred to the palace by Rala with space magic, and the illusion circle of ancient runes was also activated in the Rainbow Valley. In the eyes of the accompanying demon overlords, the whole process was like traveling through space from the palace, which was equivalent to some kind of great teleportation technique. Only Stiller, who had profound magic attainments, felt a little strange. Thinking of the terrifying magic power that Rala had shown on the battlefield, her heart was filled with awe. After a period of teleportation, everyone appeared in the Rainbow Valley within the capital. It was a huge and dangerous valley, but with everyone's speed, it only took a few hours to reach the capital. Jia's appearance gave General George and others a huge surprise. All the elder families and royal families were shocked when the sword of fallen angel with a biting cold aura appeared, except for Aguil and Rala, who were next to Jia. The demon overlords like Sarandi and Stiller, the defenders led by Oliver and Old Cowan, General George, Sikali, and all the soldiers knelt on one knee at the feet of Jia, who was recognized by the artifact. It was fine if it was just the artifact's recognition. Now that Obsidian was dead, the capital and the 4 estates were all in the hands of Jia. Among the 3 generals, 2 supported Jia and 1 had been destroyed. These were all real power. Only with strong power as the foundation could the owner of the artifact truly gain the allegiance of these royal families and family tyrants. The coronation ceremony began to be prepared overnight. The families quickly released the news, and the soldiers went door to door to inform the residents. Under the spread of General George and Sikali, The news that Obsidian was killed by Jia in the Dark Moon Estate with the sword of Fallen Angel had long been spread throughout the capital. The people knew that the future empress was Jia, but they didn't expect her to return to the capital so soon. The capital was overcast these days, and it rained from time to time. It was the same today. The cold wind carried with it a cold drizzle. Just when the sky was just bright, the central square was already crowded with people who came, facing the heavily guarded and temporarily built high platform. Under the attention of everyone, Jia appeared on the high platform. It was the first time for many people to see the legendary Princess Royal, the granddaughter of the Lord of Midnight Sunday. It was said that she was only in her 20s, but she actually defeated the Regent Obsidian, who had ruled the empire for 300 years and regained everything that belonged to her. Now it was time for the coronation. Due to the urgency of the situation, a series of complicated ceremonies could not be held like the regular coronation ceremony. Many steps were saved. Under everyone's gaze, under the light of the artifact, the sword of Fallen Angel, in mid-air, Jia finally wore the crown that symbolized the emperor. For a while, except for the new empress wearing the golden crown, everyone present knelt on the ground. Jia tried to calm the excitement in her heart. Her father's unforgettable wish before his death has finally been achieved. She originally thought that she would have to wait for a long time for this day, and even it was just a wish for her entire life. She didn't expect it to become a reality so soon. This crown was not only a symbol of power, but also a symbol of responsibility. As the man said to her, the future of her, him, and the entire empire had just begun. In the future, she would face more difficulties than in the Dark Moon, but she would not be afraid or flinch because he would always be by her side. After everyone got up, Jia's voice sounded with a hint of heaviness. The former regent Obsidian, Lucifer's violent and reckless behavior, crazy accumulation of wealth for his own selfishness, exclusion of dissidents, crusade against the estate, caused the internal strife of the empire. Because of this internal strife, we consume too much power. The deceived soldiers waved their swords and slashed at their compatriots. The lives of countless warriors died in the hands of their own people and under Obsidian's selfishness. As the winner, the first thing to do was to punish the loser's mistakes. The so-called winner takes all, but many things were true. Obsidian had indeed been unpopular in the past few years, especially after falling for the fundraising trick. Many people present were infected by this painful atmosphere. The capital had the magic communication tower with the highest authority directly to each estate. Through this kind of communication tower, each estate received the relevant news early in the morning. Many people had gathered. Jia's oath was also spread to all corners of the empire in this way. Although there was a certain delay due to equipment problems, it could be regarded as a live broadcast. After denouncing Obsidian's crimes and elaborating her victory, Jia's voice became impassioned again. I, Jia, Lucifer, swear by the artifact, the sword of Fallen Angel today, that I will use my whole life to eliminate civil strife and poverty. The miracle of the Dark Moon Estate will reappear in every corner of the empire and lead the entire empire to true prosperity and strength. Everyone, no matter where they are, will be proud of being a citizen of the Fallen Angel Empire. The firm oath and the light of the artifact made the eyes of the soldiers and people full of passion. Someone shouted, "Long live Her Majesty Jia first," and the voices in the square began to rise one after another. The people's voices became more and more orderly and louder. The wave-like voice crashed into everyone's heart, as if it resonated with their hearts, giving birth to a feeling of unwavering faith. Even the cold drizzle became warm in this fervor. The same voice sounded in every estate in different places, but their eyes were the same passion. Seeing that the former Princess Jia finally became Her Majesty Jia, Chenrue felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He happened to meet Jia's gaze. In those seemingly cold eyes, there was a faint gentleness as in the past. Everything was in silence. Chapter 560. The enthronement ceremony was successfully completed. The next step was to take over the power of the empire. The lords who stayed in the Dark Moon had begun to lead the army back to the estate. General George and Sikali, who were entrenched in the capital, did not withdraw because Jia's foundation was in the Dark Moon. She only had Rala and Shinrue by her side. She must wait until the capital's situation stabilized before returning to the base. Fortunately, the Bloody Empire was in a period of civil strife. The Iron Fist estate in the north was the base of the Bloody Empire's second prince, Edmund. He was currently confronting the great prince Alias in the north of the Iron Fist estate. It was impossible for him to be stupid enough to provoke the Warlock Fortress. Jia couldn't care less about resting. She immediately held a meeting, mainly to discuss the adjustment of positions and the division of the estate. After the death of the second general, Doran, there was still a shortage of one person. Many lords and generals who followed Obsidian on the expedition had died. The estate had no owner, the army lacked a commander, and many positions in the capital also needed to be adjusted. Jia meant to officially appoint Athena as the Lord of the Dark Moon and the third general of the empire. The second general of the empire would be taken over by the third general, Geraint. Sumin would be the Lord of the Blue Lava Estate. Sikali and Josh had made great contributions, so they would be conferred as dukes. The positions of the left and right prime ministers that had been cancelled by Obsidian should be restored, which would be held by the royal family and the elder family, respectively. The position of the finance minister and the military minister should be vacated by the elder family. The changes in some lords, legion generals, and important positions would be discussed by the elder family and the royal family. This proposal was mainly to reward the meritorious officials. In fact, it was already very considerate of the elder family, but it still encountered unexpected resistance. Athena's reward was the first to bear the brunt. The wording of the Mons family's Barocco was particularly fierce. It almost completely denied Jia's proposal. How can a girl in her early 20s be qualified to be the lord of the largest estate in the empire? Moreover, she wants to be conferred as the third general of the empire? Moreover, Athena's father, George, is already the first general. If this continues, the entire military will be the Wales family's world. Geraint was the original third general. He was captured when he followed the usurper, Obsidian, to attack the Dark Moon. Why was he promoted instead? The Blue Lava Estate was also one of the 4 major estates. Sumin was just the deputy legion leader of the Azure Legion. After the death of Lord Titan and the Azure Legion leader, he only grasped the military power of the Blue Lava Estate when he had no other choice. In terms of qualifications, he was not qualified for the position of a great lord at all. Faravit of the Maka family proposed that the Dark Moon's lord should be handed over to the elder families. Athena could be transferred to the capital to serve as the commander of the imperial army to protect Jia. Sumin of the Blue Lava Estate would be made the lord of a medium-sized estate. The position of prime minister could be considered, but the positions of the finance minister and the military minister were quite important. Jia's eyes gradually became cold. In fact, this kind of complete denial was not entirely aimed at the proposal itself. It was more of an attitude that the capital was not the Dark Moon estate. Even the empress, who was supported by the royal family, had to respect the elder families in many aspects. Obsidian had been like this for 300 years as the regent, let alone Jia, who had just ascended the throne and had an unstable foundation. Before Jia could speak, General George took the lead and stood up. Baroque, my daughter blocked Obsidian's 1,000,000 army in the Moonlight Fortress and buried 100,000 of your people. Then she crippled hundreds of thousands of Palar's people in Town Daiko. Geraint personally led a surprise attack on the Wallen Fortress, but he was captured by her. With such a record and credit, you are still not qualified to be a lord or general. What were you doing when my daughter showed her might? Were you beaten into a coward by the Dark Moon army? George was now the early stage of the demon overlord. His personal strength was inferior to Baroque, but as the first general, he had held a large number of troops for many years. He was the undisputed top person in the military. He also made great contributions in occupying the capital this time. In this kind of meeting, George's right to speak was definitely higher than Baroque's. However, George already had the title of Duke and was the first general, so he was not on the list of rewards. Obviously, out of balance, it was counted to Athena. Baroque was a defeated general in the Battle of the Dark Moon, and Athena's credit was indisputable. Although he was angry, he couldn't find words to fight back for a while. Faravet said, "The third general is the symbol of the empire. Even if Athena is outstanding in strategy and military merits, she is still not qualified for this battle, let alone serving as the Lord of the Dark Moon." Lunters of the elder families also said, "If your majesty insists on rewarding Athena, then I agree with the third general's proposal, but the Dark Moon Lord must be another candidate. The Dark Moon estate could be called the crown of the Demon Realms estates in both military and economy. It was a piece of fat meat that everyone coveted. The elder families naturally wanted to gain control and further expand their influence on the empire. If it weren't for the cold mask trained in the Dark Moon, Jia would have long been unable to suppress her anger. The Dark Moon was built and developed by her and Shinrue. Before she fully controlled the entire empire, it was her most important foundation. These elder families actually wanted to take it for themselves. It was simply intolerable. The forces led by Sarandi, Vanim, George, and others expressed their support for the Empress's decision and argued with the opponents. There were also people such as Oliver, Old Cowan, Stiller, and others who stood in a neutral position without saying a word. Okay, at present, Athena is temporarily the Dark Moon Lord. This is a decision that has been made before I came to the capital. At that time you all agreed. As for the rest, we will discuss it later." Jia interrupted the dispute between the two sides. "The most important thing now is that the Shadow Empire has mobilized troops to the west and south of us. They also sent envoys to the Dark Moon to threaten us. Although I rushed to ascend the throne before this and disrupted Catherine's plan, the Shadow Empire army must be guarded. At present, in the capital coalition army, the Lord Army has begun to return to the station. The Dark Moon estate has the Undead Army and the 3 legions in Athena's hands, so they can support Josh at any time. The south should be assured, but the Tekula fortress in the west is a weak link. Gerant and Remedy of the Flying Cloud Legion are rushing to Tekula fortress using flying demonic beasts, but they may not make it in time, so we must consider the support from the west. Salgar, how many air legions are stationed in the capital?" Salgar, the legion commander of the Dragon Rider Legion, immediately stood up. "Your Majesty, there are about 1,500 riders in all the air legions. How many troops can the elder families mobilize?" This question was directed at Old Cowan. The number of troops that can be mobilized is estimated to be about 40,000, 10,000 of which are cavalry. Old Cowan, who had been silent, looked at the members of the elder families and gave a number. Jia nodded. "Salgar, you set off immediately and lead the air legions to Tekula Fortress to rendezvous with Gerant and Remedy. Barocco, you gather 10,000 cavalry to reinforce. Sikali, transfer 30,000 infantry from your White Feather Army, plus 20,000 infantry from the elder families, a total of 50,000 people as the third batch of reinforcements led by Sarandi. Set off as soon as possible. Everyone in Tekula Fortress must listen to Gerant's orders. Faravet, Stebble, you go south to support the Capital Legion from the Dark Moon going north. We must prepare for a comprehensive defense." Everyone present was slightly surprised. Jia's first resolution encountered strong resistance. It seemed to be a complete failure, but now it seemed more like a test. In the next deployment, Barocco and Faravet, who were the most opposed, were immediately transferred out. Her means were evident. Her 2 supporters, General George and Sikali, who had a large number of troops, stayed in the capital. General George was in the Warlock Fortress in the north, and Sikali needed to deal with the affairs of the White Feather Estate at any time. They had good reasons not to go to the west. This move was very clever. Neither Barocco nor Faravit raised any objections. The invasion of the Shadow Empire was related to the survival of the empire. If the fallen angel empire really perished, the elder families and interests would all be annihilated. Therefore, these people did not dare to neglect and left after receiving the order. As soon as the people in the hall were empty, Jia immediately ordered the guards to retreat. Chen Rui, who had been silent, came behind Jia and held her hand. Jia's face looked tired, and she gently leaned her body on him. Since last night, she had hardly rested for a minute, especially the meeting just now, which made her feel tired. You must be very tired. Chinrue put his arm around her waist, slowly sat on the chair, and let her lean in his arms. More tired than I thought. Jia was not only talking about her own fatigue, but also the complexity of the capital's situation. It could be described as difficult to walk. But I have confidence. Jia's eyes flashed with determination. She could show softness and fatigue in front of Chenrue, but it was only in front of him. In front of others, she was a cold emperor who would not change her expression even if the mountain collapsed in front of her. Since she had decided on this path, she had to go to the end. When she was the new lord of the Dark Moon, she didn't know anything, and the conditions were more difficult than now. But she still survived. Now that she had more chips in her hands, and he was by her side, she would definitely be able to solve it. I also have confidence. Chinrue naturally set his confidence in Jia. He removed the mask and kissed her face gently. Jia smiled lightly and leaned on him. Her tense nerves were relaxed. Only in his arms could she have this feeling of security and relaxation. The current apparent attitude of the royal family was to surrender to the master of the artifact, Jia. Most of the people in today's meeting were neutral. Only the elder families showed a tough attitude because an empire was too huge. It could not be supported by 1 or 2 people. The power of the elder families was deeply rooted in the capital and many estates. They had been united for so many years. If they were all uprooted rashly, then the building of the middle and upper class of the entire empire would fall into a vacuum period. It was extremely disadvantageous to the stability of the empire. What's more, there were foreign enemies eyeing covetously now. In this case, if there was another civil strife, then the fallen angel empire would collapse in the hands of Jia. However, there were also conflicts of interest between the elder families. They were not monolithic. A strong fortress always collapsed from the inside first. It all depended on Jia's means. The footsteps of the guards came. Jia and Chinrue noticed it almost at the same time. They immediately stood up, put on their masks, and kept a distance. After all, this was not the Dark Moon Palace. Obsidian's original confidant guards naturally had to be replaced. Now, these guards were temporarily selected from the army by General George. Your Majesty, Sir Cowan of the elder family, the Toro family, came with his son and daughter-in-law to apologize. Apologize? Jia frowned slightly, then she understood. Old Cowan's son, Ridutan, was the patriarch of the Toro family. His wife was Lo Rei, Obsidian's biological daughter. Chinrue's eyes lit up. He whispered a few words to Jia. The new Her Majesty Empress kept nodding. Her purple eyes glowed with brilliance. Chapter 561. The stronger the demon realm's powerhouse, the more difficult it was to have children. Although Obsidian had countless concubines, he only had one son and daughter for hundreds of years. Their talents were very mediocre. His son was called Tron. After Chinrue obtained the sword of Fallen Angel from the secret vault, Tron was controlled by Oliver, who stayed in the palace. After learning that Obsidian died in battle, Tron was terrified and committed suicide to escape punishment. Obsidian's daughter, Lo Rei, married Ridutan, the son of the Toro family's patriarch, Cowan. Later, Ridutan took over as the patriarch, and the relationship between the Toro family and Obsidian became closer. Therefore, Obsidian could rest assured to let Old Cowan, who was related by marriage, stay in the rear, but he also faintly monitored Oliver. Now that Jia controlled the empire, she naturally had to clean up the remaining traces of Obsidian. Tron and Lorray were the first to bear the brunt. Tron was dead, and he had no children left, but Lorray was still alive and gave birth to 2 children. It was related to the fate of the Toro family, so Old Cowan took the initiative to come to apologize, hoping to get leniency. Jia did not meet Cowan immediately. Instead, she made some preparations and came to the hall with Chinrue before ordering Old Cowan to meet her. Soon, Old Cowan and a man and a woman walked in. The man had a square appearance, and the woman was extraordinarily beautiful. They also brought 2 children. A baby was held in the arms of the woman, and a girl about 3 years old was held by the man. Old Cowan bowed to Jia on the throne while the man and woman knelt down with their children. They knelt on both knees, bent down, and touched the floor with their heads. It was the most humble posture. The man was Ridutan, the current patriarch of the Toro family, Your Majesty Ridutan. Toro brought his wife, Lorray. Lucifer, daughter, Ling Lucifer, and son Shek. Toro to meet Your Majesty and ask for punishment. The power of the Toro family was top-notch among the elder families. Old Cowan himself and Stiller were known as the 2 most powerful elders. Although the elder families showed an uncompromising attitude toward the Empress at the meeting today, it was related to Obsidian, the loser who had been characterized as usurping the country, which belonged to the most acute class contradiction. Unless the Toro family and Old Cowan wanted to stand on the opposite side of the entire empire, which was rebellion, they couldn't protect Lorray. Even Lorray's children didn't dare to hide. Jia's gaze swept past the baby and fell on the little girl. Chinrue took a step forward and whispered, "The boy has a mutated great demon bloodline, and the girl is from the Lucifer family, no mutated bloodline." Although the voice was low, it couldn't hide from Old Cowan and Ridutan. Their bodies trembled at the same time. Forget about the girl. This baby was less than 1 year old. Aguil just took a look and detected the degree of bloodline mutation. This eyesight alone was too terrifying. Old Cowan had fought with Chinrue before, so he knew that his true combat power was definitely not the peak stage of the Demon Emperor on the surface. Aguil once fought with Jia in the Battle of the Wilderness against Obsidian. Everyone in the Empire knew about it, so Old Cowan believed that the strength of this mysterious masked man was comparable to him. He was secretly shocked by his special ability. Jia nodded. This pair of children should be the only grandson and granddaughter left by Obsidian. This statement had ignored the concept of royal family and non-royal family. It directly pointed out the most critical identity. Ridutan himself should be spared, but Lorray and his children were the remnants of Obsidian. It was reasonable for Jia to eradicate them. Lorray's body was already trembling. Old Cowan's face changed slightly, and he bowed deeply. "Your Majesty," answer. "Yes." Old Cowan bowed down and didn't dare to look up. He only had this pair of grandson and granddaughter. They were the only bloodline inheritance. For Ridutan, who had reached the Demon Emperor realm, this pair of children was extremely precious. He was ecstatic when they were born. Moreover, Shek was a great demon with mutated bloodline. He was trained as the future heir of the Toro family. Once he was executed, it was not that Old Cowan didn't think about taking risks, but this would face the encirclement and suppression of the entire empire. At that time, it was hard to say whether the children could be saved and the Toro family would be deprived of their surname or even annihilated. What Old Cowan wanted the most was to take a risk and abandon the Rook to save the king. He wanted to strive to keep his grandson with the great demon bloodline. However, Jia's resolute attitude made Old Cowan disappointed. This was actually not surprising. Kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Jia had already understood this truth when she first became the Lord. If she was soft-hearted, the Dark Moon would have collapsed long ago. In the beginning, Obsidian also had the intention to kill Crown Prince Grimm. If it weren't for Sarandi, George, and others who tried to protect him and even threatened him with a mutiny, the Midnight Sun bloodline would have been cut off without any suspense. Then, Jia's eyes suddenly shot a murderous intention. Old Cowan was at the peak stage of the demon overlord, so he immediately sensed it. His heart beat violently. However, at this time, a terrifying magic fluctuation had wrapped him. Old Cowan felt like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. As long as he moved rashly, he would suffer a thunderous, destructive blow. This is by no means the power of a guile. This level almost jumped out of the scope of the demon overlord realm. Old Cowan was a veteran peak stage of the demon overlord. He had lived for thousands of years and experienced hundreds of battles, but now he rarely felt great fear. He suddenly thought of what his old friend, Stiller, said. In the decisive battle in the Leith Wilderness, there was an extremely powerful magician who easily defeated 2 dragons of the peak stage of the demon overlord. One of them was actually a black dragon known as the nemesis of the magicians. This time, it was this magician's means that Jia rushed to the capital to ascend the throne. It took less than an hour from the Dark Moon Estate to the capital. Is this the legendary space magic? Even space magic doesn't have such a terrifying effect. Too powerful. With this level of strength, I'm afraid he can already compete with Catherine the Great or Raisin the Great. Her Majesty Empress actually has such a powerhouse by her side. Old Cowan lost the last bit of struggle in his heart. He seemed to have aged twice in an instant. His eyes were full of despair. Jia slowly stood up from the throne. The murderous aura exuded from her body was even stronger. Her knuckles were a little white as she clenched her fists as if she was suppressing some emotions. Even the little girl felt the chill. She only dared to tremble on the ground and didn't dare to move. Seeing that Jia was about to order, Aguile stepped forward at this moment. Your Majesty. Jia stopped, and Aguile whispered a few words. This time, Old Cowan and others were blocked by the magic, so they couldn't hear what he said. Jia's murderous aura gradually converged, and she showed a contemplative look. After a while, she nodded and said, Redutan. Yes. Lorraine's identity is too sensitive. She is no longer suitable to be the legal wife, understand? Not suitable to be the legal wife? Could it be a concubine? Then the son and daughter. Redutan was taken aback, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Old Cowan on the side felt that the terrifying magic fluctuation suddenly disappeared, and he answered excitedly, Understood! Even Obsidian's daughter, Lorraine, can be pardoned. Then the pair of children can naturally be saved. I thought I can save the baby at most, but I didn't expect to get such a surprising result. Lorraine had already reacted, and she cried with joy. She quickly pulled Redutan and her daughter to kowtow continuously. Your Majesty is merciful. Jia glanced at the little girl with a complicated gaze, and she said, Cowan and Redutan stay. The rest can leave first. Lorraine immediately retreated with her children. Old Cowan and Redutan bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Toro family will always remember Your Majesty's kindness. Mercy and weakness are often equated, and this is especially unsuitable for an emperor. You should know my style in the Dark Moon. I am by no means the kind of soft-hearted person. Jia said lightly, There is an old saying in the demon realm that there is never reaping without sowing. Your Majesty is merciful. My son and I are willing to die for Your Majesty. Hearing Old Cowan's words, Jia still had a non-committal cold look. Chinrue continued, Sir Cowan, we are also considered old acquaintances. There is one thing I can reveal to you. Now Her Majesty Jia has several special things in her hands. She needs a truly trustworthy family to implement and promote them to the whole country. At that time, not only the financial resources and national power of the empire will be greatly enhanced, but the family in charge will also gain huge benefits. Redutan and Old Cowan's heart moved at the same time. I'm afraid these words are not a bluff. The Dark Moon developed like this at the beginning. The night market, battle ball, hot pot restaurant, princess retail store. All of them are famous in the demon realm. The wealth is rolling in. The capital's families and various estates have been struggling financially after suffering from Obsidian's fundraising scandal. Qin Rui's words were tantamount to sending a sumptuous banquet to a beggar who had been hungry for a few days. Old Cowan turned his consulting eyes to Jia, and Jia nodded slightly. Igual is right. My requirements are very simple. Ability is secondary, loyalty is the first. Old Cowan glanced at Ridutan, and Ridutan understood. Without hesitation, he swore by the Toro family name that the entire family would be loyal to Jia. Jia's eyes finally eased. As long as the Toro family remains loyal, I will always regard them as my arms. I know that the power of the elder families is deeply rooted, but many people are too selfish and can't be controlled. The current situation of the empire is not optimistic. If the internal troubles are not eliminated as soon as possible, then there will inevitably be the danger of the empire's demise. Once the empire really declines, the power, interests, and even themselves that the elder families compete for will disappear. Old Cowan smiled bitterly. Actually, many people understand this truth. But once it is related to those complicated interests, they will take themselves as the first choice. The Toro family has been alienated by many elder families because of Lorei. Now that they are the first to pledge loyalty to your majesty, they will definitely be excluded. If your majesty wants to reintegrate the elder families and the capital forces, you can refer to Catherine the Great's approach in the past. Start from the inside, make friends from afar, and attack from near. Use both kindness and power to seize the typical example to strike thunderously. Jia said calmly, I am already doing this. Old Cowan's eyes moved. Your Majesty's deployment to Barocco and Faravit today? On the surface, the foreign enemies are now eyeing us covetously. If there is another internal strife, the empire will be on the verge of collapse. But I can be sure that as long as I show a determined attitude of not hesitating to consume the power of the empire, Catherine will not dare to start a full-scale war with me, lest the bloody empire benefits from it. Even if I guessed correctly, Catherine's new envoy should already be on the way after getting the news of my accession. Therefore, the more it seems impossible to carry out internal cleanup, the more I have to use thunderous means. This is the best opportunity. Once I miss it, it will be twice the effort with half the result. Old Cowan took a deep breath and finally confirmed the purpose of Stebble and Sarandi's accompanying. It was as if he knew the new empress of the empire for the first time. He bowed deeply again. Toro family is willing to serve your majesty. Chapter 562. After Old Cowan left the palace, he said to Ridutan earnestly, I know you still have some concerns in your heart, but since you have decided to be loyal to Her Majesty, don't waver. If you try to please both sides, you will not please both sides. When Her Majesty was the Lord of the Dark Moon, there were two major families in the Dark Moon. The Seifel family, who had always followed her, was now the top family of the Dark Moon. The Mellon family, who opposed her, first surrendered, then they wavered. As a result, they were suppressed to the end and finally disappeared. Now Her Majesty is obviously restricted. In this case, the earlier we stand on the side, the better, even if we become the enemy of all the elder families. As long as Her Majesty can fully control the capital, then the Toro family's position will become more and more solid, and their interests will become greater and greater. Otherwise, there will be the danger of destruction. Ridutan frowned. Father, do you think Her Majesty can fully control the capital? Even Prince Obsidian can't. So, now that Obsidian is dead, Her Majesty Jia is still alive, and she has been recognized by the sword of Fallen Angel. Old Cowan said solemnly, From the rise of the Dark Moon, it can be seen that although Her Majesty is young, her courage and means are far from comparable to Obsidian. I don't know why. I have a hunch that maybe Her Majesty Jia can really recreate the glory of the Lord of Midnight Sun and make the Fallen Angel Empire the top powerhouse. Ridutan nodded. His father, Cowan, has always had a very accurate vision. This was the case when he married Obsidian back then. Now he has a clear view of the new Empress, Jia. He also attended the meeting during the day today. Jia's first proposal suffered a huge setback, but then she quietly transferred several representatives with the highest opposition to the front line to deal with the foreign enemy. This was an open conspiracy. After pledging allegiance today, Jia personally confirmed that she wanted to reshuffle the capital's forces at this critical time. Then, behind the open conspiracy would be the ruthless means and conspiracy. From this perspective, the timing of the Toro family's choice of side was quite good. Providing timely help and adding icing on the cake were two different concepts. What's more, the fate of his wife and a pair of children was still in the hands of Her Majesty the Empress. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he must side with Jia. Understood, Father. From now on, the Toro family will follow Her Majesty Jia wholeheartedly. This is worth the gamble. Tan nodded. Imperial Palace Hall. The Toro family will be a starting point. Our next plan must be carried out quickly. Chenrue saw that Jia's purple eyes were a little absent-minded. Thinking of her previous emotional changes, he thought of something. What are you thinking about? That little girl? Jia raised her eyes and looked at the mask. There was a hint of gentleness in her purple eyes. I'm wondering if it's a good thing to keep a guy who can feel my heart by my side. If I didn't have this person by my side, it would be a pity. Chenrue said cheekily, Does that little girl remind you of your past self? Jia was silent for a moment. Actually, I once had a younger brother. In order to protect him, my father concealed everything after he was born, but I still couldn't hide it from the people with ulterior motives. Shortly after Alice was born, my mother and brother died in an accident. Even Alice didn't know this secret. Later, my father died of grief and indignation. Chenrue only knew that there was such a secret past. It turned out that Jia's father, Crown Prince Groom, had been using Jia as a cover to secretly conceal and cultivate his son. He planned to be the true heir of the Dark Moon estate and the desire to recapture the empire, but he was still discovered. The so-called accident should be man-made. The mastermind behind it should be Obsidian. Under the pressure of General George and others, Obsidian couldn't directly attack Crown Prince Grimm and Jia. He could only control and suppress them. But the son born in secret was different. Since you keep it a secret, then I will destroy him secretly so that you can't say anything. In a sense, the eldest daughter, Jia, was a victim to attract the enemy's attention. Therefore, when old Cowan and Tan thought of sacrificing the little girl, Ling, to save the baby boy, Jia's always hidden emotions showed a strange fluctuation. More murderous intent was born from this. I don't know if I will really kill this pair of children. In fact, I'm weaker than I thought. Jia sighed. Sometimes some kind of kindness will only bring more trouble in the future. An emperor must be ruthless. People have their own bottom line and persistence. It is because of this persistence that someone once said that I am stupid. They said that the kind of boring kindness will only make me weaker and weaker, and I will never become a real powerhouse. My answer is that I can become stronger and fearless because of some weaknesses. Not only that, but I also do the same. I have persisted until today, and I will continue to be so persistent in the future. Jia's eyes were a little more hazy. Fearless persistence. Chenrue scratched his head. I'm talking about myself. As for the emperor, I have heard of the emperor's technique and the way of the emperor, but I don't understand it very well. The emperor's technique should be a means of controlling and checking, manipulating people's hearts, manipulating power, and continuously consolidating the imperial power in the process of subordinates, fighting with each other. The way of the emperor means that the emperor must judge the situation, make the best use of everything, make the best use of people, be broad-minded, and accept all kinds of things. He doesn't have to take care of everything personally, but he must achieve taking the impossible as the possible. Jia's eyes flashed as she listened. Although she didn't understand some of the words, She understood the general meaning. It was the first time she heard such a detailed theory about the emperor. After thinking for a long time, she said, "You mean with the way of the emperor as the foundation and the emperor's technique as the supplement, don't just focus on small details and ignore the overall situation? As long as the entire empire becomes stronger, the people will support, the army will serve, the officials and nobles will surrender, and those thieves will naturally be deterred and dare not act rashly. Then the emperor will truly have the will and supreme authority of the entire empire?" "I didn't say that, but you are right." Qin sighed in his heart. This is the truth of one's position determines one's brain. You don't have to think about politics if you are not in the position. The emperor's technique and the way of the emperor are just some theories copied from his memory. But in the ears of a real emperor like Jia, she can derive her own personal experience and understanding. A grand master shouldn't be an emperor, right? A gentle smile appeared on Jia's face. The beauty of an iceberg melting made people's eyes light up. "I'm a little suspicious of you now," Qin replied with a straight face. "Actually, I'm a traveler from the Earth world. What I told you is the knowledge I got from another world. This secret has been hidden in my heart for a long time, and it's much better to say it now." A strange look flashed across Jia's face. "Is Earth another name for the surface world? Or should I call you His Royal Highness or His Majesty?" Qin shrugged. "It's not Arthur, it's Qin. Qin Qin, Qin Rue. Also, just call me your Royal Highness, Royal Highness." "So, your Royal Highness," Jia said with a smile, "can you answer a question for me? Who was the one who said that you were stupid and made you answer that way? Is it a beautiful lady? Do I know her? Or I don't know her?" A drop of sweat slid down Qin face behind the mask. A woman's intuition is sometimes more terrifying than wisdom. "I want to know too." Another voice also sounded in the hall. Qin back began to sweat. A certain Ms. Fake Natural Days, whom he found had been invisible and silent after releasing her magic power to frighten old Cowan. When she heard this topic, she immediately joined in excitedly. Jia nodded thoughtfully. "So, both Rala and I can be excluded?" That tone shouldn't be like Athena and Kia. Beside Jia, Rala's beautiful figure gradually became clear. Although the fairy Miss Long and the new Her Majesty Empress had little contact in the dark moon, and their relationship was average, when encountering a situation that might be related to a foreign enemy, they coincidentally had a feeling of being united against a common enemy. The fairy Miss Long added, "I remember that Athena said that there was a stupid man who had a woman in the Shadow Empire a long time ago." Qin burst into tears. "Can your memory be any worse?" Jia looked suspicious, Shadow Empire. This was an interesting piece of news. Could it be a big shot from the Shadow Empire? Qin broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling the four scrutinizing eyes, he wanted to imitate the fairy Miss Long and pretend to be stupid. "What?" "I will definitely tell you about this in the future." Qin immediately shifted the target. "What we need to do now is to buy time. Rala, you protect Jia. I will go back to the dark moon immediately and bring a group of people over." "Humph." Rala answered him with a snort. Jia nodded and said, "Rala, we need to communicate more to see how many secrets this guy still has to hide, especially about some women we don't know. For example, I have heard a song called The End of the World." "Have you heard it?" "The End of the World?" Rala glanced at the guy who was already sweating profusely and shook her head. "I haven't heard of it. I have heard of a top magic called Judgment Day." The fairy Miss Long deliberately emphasized the word judgment, and the profusely sweaty man immediately evolved into the Genghis Khan man. "Let's go and find a more pleasing place to talk." Jia ignored the Genghis Khan man. She took Rala's hand and walked inside. Qin was dumbfounded as he watched the two women walk away intimately while holding hands. His first reaction was that he was caught in a trap of his own making. Her Majesty Jia applied the Emperor's skill that she had just learned to his harem battlefield. attacking from afar and befriending close ones. I'm afraid that the future Crystal Palace will not be peaceful. The male protagonist must always be prepared for the worst-case scenario of blood sacrifice. This palace is too dangerous. Let's go back to the Dark Moon. Jia was too weak in the capital now. Even the guards were temporarily arranged by General George, so some of the Imperial Guards must be mobilized. Now the capital's intelligence agency also urgently needed the Dark Moon's people to master, and Isabella was the most suitable candidate. Sky and Tetanus had promised to come and help, so they should also leave as soon as possible. It was just that Rala's Rainbow Valley's space teleportation was not unlimited. The number of people who could pass at one time could not be too many. If Catherine was not hot-headed, the Shadow Empire would definitely send a new envoy to negotiate peace as soon as possible. There would definitely be demands, but it would never be as outrageous as what Lilith and Turtula proposed. Once the war ceased, Barocco and others who went out to support would also return to the capital. Therefore, Jia did not have much time left, so she must speed up the process. Chapter 563. Qinrui did not take the Rainbow Valley's passage. It would take at least 6 hours from the capital to the Rainbow Valley and then to the Dark Moon. He had already set up a teleportation star point in the Dark Moon. Using the Stargate skill, he returned to the Dark Moon's house in the blink of an eye. When he returned to the house, he happened to see Dodo changing into his appearance and teasing the little black horse with an apple in the yard. Although they had been together for a long time, the little black horse still ignored the slime. When Chen Rui first appeared, the little black horse suddenly smelled its master's scent. It ran over with a cheer and rubbed against him affectionately. Qinrui touched the little black horse's head. With a flick of his fingers, 2 devil pomegs were thrown into the air. The little black horse cheered. Its 4 hooves bounced, and it had already jumped up. It nimbly caught the 2 devil pomegs and chewed them. Dodo on the side was jealous. He imitated Qinrui to flick his fingers, and the apple flew into the air. As a result, the little black horse simply faced it with extreme contempt. Dodo threw it a few times without any effect. He jumped up indignantly and instantly turned into the appearance of the little black horse. He imitated that posture to catch the apple and ate it in big mouthfuls. Before chewing a few mouthfuls, the little black horse, whose image, right, was violated, gave the slime a lightning bolt without hesitation. As a result, Dodo returned to a translucent onion under the sizzling electric sparks. He trembled and couldn't move for a while. He kept crying, ouch. Qinrui stroked the little black horse's mane, shook his head at the slime on the ground, and walked out. Dodo said, "Master, wait a minute. Now, the little princess is blocking the door." "Alice?" Qinrui frowned. "What's going on?" "I don't know why. I changed into Master's appearance and occasionally appeared in the Dark Moon, but I was seen through by the little princess at a glance. She forced me to ask about Master's whereabouts, so I had to escape back. As a result, I was chased all the way by the little princess and blocked at the door. Did anyone see you when you were seen through?" Qinrui was shocked. The identity of the human financial officer was a good cover. If it was exposed because of Dodo, it would be troublesome. I was dragged by the little princess to a secluded place to interrogate me. Then I turned into a demon hound and ran away. However, the little princess was very powerful. She chased me all the way to the door. If it weren't for the magic array at the door, she would have already rushed in. Qinrui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The protector around Alice was the servant of the God-eating mask, Loki. The puppets of the God-eating mask retained consciousness and wisdom. In case of any situation, Loki should know how to deal with it. This incident gave him a wake-up call. How could the identity of Qinrui and Aguile exist at the same time? It was a problem. Having said that, the little lowly sensing ability was indeed very powerful. Even if the incarnation of Aguile was in front of her, Qinrui had to be careful. Moreover, Alice once took Dodo to the Blue Lake mountain range to explore. She was also an acquaintance with the slime. It was not necessarily because Dodo was careless that she saw through him. Okay, leave the little princess's matter to me. You should show up as little as possible during this time. If you want to go out with my appearance, you must be accompanied by Delia, understand? Understood, master. The slime nodded quickly and wriggled over with a flattering face. Chinrui knew what this guy wanted when he saw Dodo's flattering look, so he threw a few devil fruits. Dodo didn't dare to turn into a little black horse again. His body suddenly stretched out 2 hands that were a few meters tall and effortlessly took the fruits in the air. He then took out a wine bottle like a magic trick and went to the back to taste it happily. If someone knew that the precious devil fruit was actually taken by Chinrui to a slime to go with wine, it would definitely cause countless jealousy and hatred. When Chinrui walked out of the house, he really saw a little lowly angrily blocking the gate. Seeing that Dodo finally walked out, the little lowly rushed over aggressively. As a result, she suddenly paused halfway. Her little nose twitched, and her big eyes flashed with a strange light. With an exaggerated jump, she pounced toward Chinrui with her teeth and claws bared. As a result, she successfully hung a koala on the back of Chinrui. Brother, you finally came out. The little lowly was extremely excited. I haven't seen the real you for a long time. The area of the house was very remote. Except for Loki, who was hidden in the dark, there was no one else. So Chinrui didn't use any tricks. He just explained, Actually, I have been advising Princess Ja's army some time ago. Now it should be Her Majesty Ja's army. So Dodo sometimes replaces me. Before he finished, the little lowly whispered in his ear, I know. I won't tell others. This is a little secret between us, right? Yes. Chinrui gently patted the little hand hanging in front of his neck. Then he touched the blonde hair that was biting his ear. This somewhat doting action made the little lowly feel like a cat being caressed. She closed her eyes comfortably. The little lowly was 14 years old. Her every move was full of purity and vitality. For people who had some weird hobbies, it was a delicious meal, but for Chinrui, Alice was just a very cute sister, despite all kinds of mischief. After Sister defeated the big bad guy, Obsidian, she was still in the Dark Moon Palace yesterday, but she suddenly ascended the throne in the capital this morning, causing a sensation in the Empire and the entire demon realm. The Dark Moon is celebrating crazily today. Athena also became the substitute lord. Many things happened. Alice said excitedly, Did you follow Sister to the capital and then you rushed back today? I couldn't find Teacher Raleigh yesterday and today. Did she use any magic to help you? Chinrui was surprised again. I didn't expect the little lowly to be so smart. She guessed almost right. As he was about to speak, the little lowly added mysteriously, I know, it's a secret. This will also be added to our little secret. Alice won't tell others. Chinrui nodded with a wry smile. Alice said something surprising again. Brother, I know that Sister needs help in the capital alone. You must be bringing someone to the capital this time. Can you bring me along? Absolutely not now. Let's wait for a while. Chinrui shook his head quickly. At this time, Ja had just settled down, and the capital situation was not stable. If Alice went, it would only add to the chaos and make Ja more distracted. The little lowly's mouth suddenly flattened. If you don't bring me along, I will expose your secret. Okay, she really is a black-bellied lowly. Once she is not satisfied, she immediately turns hostile and threatens me. Didn't you say that it's just a little secret between us? Chinrui deliberately emphasized the word we. Facing the little lowly who turned hostile quickly, he had no choice but to use the charm trick. This sentence made the little lowly's face blush, but she didn't let go. Women have a strong desire to confide, especially a woman with a broken heart. She can't keep a secret. A woman with a broken heart? Chinrui only felt that the thunder was rolling. He could guess that this was the line of a certain bad psychology book, even with his eyes closed. Look, what did I see? There isn't Alice hanging around the boss' neck. Only the miser bodyguard called Chun Rue Boss. Olifius. The little lowly waved excitedly to the miser bodyguard. Judging from this familiarity, it was not the first time they met, and their relationship was good. Except for Athena, most of the little lowly's good friends had one thing in common. That was flat breasts. This might be the criteria for a certain lowly to choose friends. The little lowly then showed a puzzled expression and asked Chinrue, "Are you Olifius' boss?" Olifius once complained in front of Alice about how the boss was rich and unkind, how insidious and cunning he was. He cheated her to sign an extremely unequal contract, and a series of evil crimes such as not paying her salary and deducting her hundreds of millions of black crystal coins. At that time, the little lowly and the miser bodyguard denounced the boss who had never mentioned his name with indignation. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Chun Rue. Chinrue glanced at Olifius and put the little lowly down. "You know, I'm the financial officer who manages money. She is hired. It must be because Olifius is too greedy for money, so she said that you exploited her." Although the little lowly was not satisfied with being put down, she immediately established a positive image of Chinrue in her heart, and her new friend Olifius became a greedy old woman in her brother's storytelling series, The Fisherman and the Goldfish. Isabella appeared behind Olifius. She should have received the news that Alice blocked the door and wanted to get rid of this troublesome lowly. Now that Jia was far away in the capital, without a sister who could suppress the empire's little princess, the little lowly began to become lawless. Olifius didn't realize that she had become a negative image. She came to Chinrue with a smile. "Boss, are you going to take me to the capital to help? But my expenses in the past few days are too big. I have spent all the money to entertain my friends. Can I get a few months' salary and benefits in advance?" The miser bodyguard had now learned to take advantage of the situation to raise conditions. Maybe she was influenced by Isabella. "Humph." Alice unceremoniously exposed Olifius' lie. "I have been paying for the guests these days. You didn't spend anything." Olifius calculated seriously. "Didn't I treat you to a marshmallow at 2 p.m. the day before yesterday?" Alice also calculated seriously. "That was what you snatched from others. You didn't spend any money yourself. That guy wanted to molest you, but you snatched all his money and clothes, and he only gave me a marshmallow. Later, I didn't eat it, and you ate it yourself. I treated you to hot pot, barbecue, steamed dumplings, cake, pudding, fruit, wine in the past few days. Mom said that frugality is a virtue." Olifius swallowed and said, "But most of the people here know me, so it is difficult to succeed. Why don't we go to the capital together to do a few big things? We will specifically target the ignorant guys. We will split the money we snatch equally, and you'll get 1%? No, 1/10, 000? 10,000, a lot. There were already beads of sweat on Chun Rue's forehead. "So this is the purpose of Miss Black Long's initiative to go to the capital? And the proportion of the loot. A lot is the denominator, okay. Why don't you say 1 in a billion? However, the frugal Olifius still looked distressed. When Alice heard the keyword capital, she immediately ignored other things and nodded desperately in cooperation. Okay. Chinrue, Isabella. Chapter 564. "Alice, don't mess around." Chinrue could only shake his head helplessly. "Your sister's foundation in the capital is not stable now. You don't want her to be distracted by you, right? When the situation settles down, I will pick you up." "I know. Eve and Alien are also going to the capital with Uncle Sky's family. When Athena becomes the Lord, she will be like my sister, who can't be seen all day." "It's really boring," Alice said aggrievedly. "Besides, I'm not going to make trouble. I really want to help my sister. Isn't there a branch of the Princess Retail Store in the capital? I can. No, at most, I will let Olifius stay with you." Chinrue couldn't let go of this issue, and his face turned gloomy. It was rare for Alice to be so strict, and her eyes were a little red. When Olivius heard that she couldn't go to the capital to do a few big business, her face also turned bitter. Actually, it's not impossible for Alice to go to the capital now. The one who spoke turned out to be Isabella. The little Loli's eyes lit up. Sister Isabella! Sister? Isn't it the old woman or Grandma Isabella? Isabella smiled coquettishly. Obviously, the lowly and the mature woman not only met before, but they also had a sharp confrontation. The reason why Alice didn't like Isabella could be traced back to Isabella's visit to the Dark Moon as an envoy. Of course, it was not without the lowly's envy and hatred for the size of the mature woman's chest. Later, after Isabella lurked as the Dark Moon's dark demon leader, the little lowly rarely heard from her. It was not until Ja told the little lowly about Isabella during this period that she wanted Alice to cooperate with Isabella and the dark demon's protection. The little lowly rolled her eyes. Sister Isabella is broad-minded, so don't bother with a little girl like me. Olivius and I are good friends. Her sister is my sister. Sister, please take me to the capital. Little girl. Isabella was a little surprised by the little lowly's humble way of addressing herself. The word little was a taboo for little lowly. It's just that she's young. The little lowly was not sloppy in her fundamental principles. She even pulled Olivius, who was also a little girl. I will grow up. Please take care of me in the future. As expected of the little princess, Isabella smiled slightly and looked at Black Miss Long. Olivius, do you also want to go to the capital? Compared with Miss Rolla's fake naivety, Miss Long was closer to the real naivety in some aspects, except for financial aspects. She was at a loss as to what Alice and Isabella were talking about. When she heard this, she quickly nodded. Olivius had been to the capital last time, and she almost made the dark demon's stronghold poor. In the impression of Black Miss Long, the fallen angel capital was a good place. There were many rich people, so she could get rich quickly. Well, little princess, I can take you to the capital, but if you really want to help instead of causing trouble, then you have to listen to me. Isabella smiled charmingly, and the surging waves of her chest trembled slightly. The little lowly was full of envy as she looked at her. When Alice heard it, she jumped up happily. Sister Isabella, I will listen to you. Chinrue winked, but Isabella turned a deaf ear. She smiled. Okay, Olivius, you help the little princess to prepare first, especially the princess retail store. I will come to the palace to pick you up later. Got it, sister. Olivius and little lowly responded in unison, and they ran out hand in hand happily. Isabella, Chinrue finally couldn't help but yell. When Olivius and little lowly heard this yell, they were afraid that there would be changes. They suddenly sped up without looking back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Isabella smiled indifferently. Why? Are you distressed? The man that the little princess and little princess are interested in? Don't change the topic. What are you planning? Chinrue frowned. Isn't Alice going to the capital to cause trouble now? What do you and Ja think of Alice as? A vase? A flower in a greenhouse? A sister who will never grow up and will always be protected? Isabella's mouth showed a faint sneer. She is not an ordinary family miss, but an empire's princess and the only sister of the current empress. The protection you think will only become indulgence, spoiling, making her more willful, more arrogant, and making her have a strong sense of dependence. Then, without your protection, when you can't control her rebellious mentality, she will make a mistake that will make you and herself regret it. The sudden aggressiveness in Isabella's eyes made Chinrue slightly startled. He shook his head. She is only 14 years old after all, Isabella asked faintly. Do you know what I was doing when I was 14 years old? What were you doing when you were 14 years old? Chinrue wanted to say that he was in junior high school when he was 14 years old, and he secretly liked the refreshing music committee member in his class. But this glorious history couldn't be used as a dialectical example. He heard Isabella's calm voice sounded again. Don't underestimate Alice. She didn't stay in the princess retail store for 2 years for nothing. Her role in the capital will be much greater than you think, not only for training, but it will also be good for her growth. As for safety, I can guarantee it with my life. You can rest assured now. If you don't let her go to the capital, then I won't go either. Chinrue was silent for a while. Isabella's reaction was beyond his expectation, but he couldn't refute it. A baby eagle will always grow up one day. An eagle will eventually fly in the sky. Alice has her own personality and future. She is not a pet in captivity. Although he didn't agree with Isabella's overly radical point of view, he also hoped that Alice could be stronger and have her own independent ability. Perhaps he could let go little by little under the premise of protection. A few hours later, the teleportation began. Chinrue didn't have Rawla's space ability, so he could only set up a one-time teleportation magic circle to connect with the teleportation portal of the financial officer's residence. This magic circle took Chinrue half a day's work. It was already dusk when it was set up, and this group of people going to the capital had already gathered. There were 220 people going to the capital this time, which was already the transportation limit of the Rainbow Valley. At Isabella's insistence, Alice was finally brought along. Loki, who protected her, also followed. In addition, there were Oliphius, Titanes, and Sky's family. The defense of the fallen angel palace was very strong. The magic circle alone could defend against the simultaneous attack of several peak stage of the demon overlord. But Jack currently lacked trustworthy guards, so she brought more than 200 elite Imperial guards, led by Cagliari this time. In terms of personnel in the Dark Moon, Athena served as the acting lord. The Legion commander of the Red Blood Legion was still Cagliari, and the Legion commander of the Flame Legion was Nesta. The original Magic Shadow Cavalry Legion was merged into the Flame Legion. Nesta was originally the Capital Legion commander, but he had now become a puppet of the God-eating mask. Just in case, he still stayed in the Dark Moon. Tim was still the Legion commander of the Moon Shadow Legion. The sheriff was Lomont. As for the financial officer, it was Chinrue. However, due to the human's physical discomfort, the main affairs were handled by the assistant, the patriarch of the Seifel family, Old Ford. Under the leadership of several generals, the Capital Legion that stayed in the Dark Moon had sent a small number of troops to the Red Spirit Estate, and the rest returned to the capital in the north. The 100,000 undead army headed to the Wallen Fortress under the leadership of Garadam. The Red Blood Flame Legion urgently recruited and trained new recruits while strengthening the defense and investigation in the estate. Although Catherine might not really attack, the Dark Moon still couldn't relax at present. They must put on a full defensive posture. Athena, Kia, and Chinrue just met each other in a hurry and parted. But both women understood that the capital's affairs were extremely urgent now. Chinrue's task was not light. Moreover, with the Stargate and the Rainbow Valley Passage, it was still very fast to come back. Chinrue led the group of people through the misty Rainbow Valley and teleported to the capital. Go north from here, and you will reach the capital in about 6 hours. You will be led by Sir Dark Demon. Pay attention to hiding your whereabouts along the way and protect the little princess. Sir Aguile will meet you there. The Sir Dark Demon that Chinrue referred to was Isabella, who was wearing a veil. There were many outsiders here, so she naturally had to keep her identity a secret. Before the little lowly set off, she had already learned that Chinrue would not go with them for the time being. He would come to the secret rendezvous a few days later. So she didn't say much and obediently followed Isabella and others forward. After everyone walked away, Chinrue immediately opened the Stargate and returned to the capital's palace to report this to Jia. When Jia heard that Alice also came, she was taken aback. She asked him to bring someone to meet her immediately. A few hours later, a group of people appeared in the palace. After seeing Her Majesty Empress, the Imperial Guards, led by Cagliari, immediately began to guard and alert. However, due to the limited number of people, they mainly guarded the main hall and the bedroom for the time being. although she had only left the Dark Moon for one day, when she saw these familiar and loyal imperial guards, Jia still felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. However, she didn't have a good expression for the little lowly. She gave her a look of, "I'll get even with you later." The little lowly knew her sister's temperament, so she followed Caguly to the bedroom to rest with a smile. "Master Tetanus, Master Fonsac." Jia bowed her head slightly. "I will have to rely on both of you in the future." Tetanus bowed slightly. "I can't help it. Both of my apprentices are loyal to your majesty. Especially this guy named Aguile is your majesty's fiancé. I have to move my old bones, but I can only stay here for 1 year." Fonsac, who had always been named Sky, also saluted and said, "Your Majesty, you don't have to be polite. Aguile's business is my business. I will settle in the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association as soon as possible. Master Tetini's identity is a bit special. He wants to change his name and join the Potioneer Association. Your Majesty will have to send someone to arrange the specific settlement matters." "No problem, thank you, masters. I have arranged a residence for both of you. Please go to rest first." Fonsac was the Demon Realm's top leather proficiency mechanic master for many years. With his reputation and the support of Jia, it was not difficult to become the president of the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association. The news of his resurrection this time would definitely shock the Demon Realm. Tetanus was even more impressive. On the surface, he was the top item proficiency mechanic master, but in fact he was a quasi-grandmaster in both pharmaceutics and alchemy. He was equivalent to the Demon Realm's top alchemist. He was far better than Nate's deceiving character. It was easy to use pharmaceutics knowledge to enter the Potioneer Association and cause a huge influence. After the Tetanus family left, Isabella took the lead to speak. "Your Majesty, there is an old saying that more haste, less speed. According to my understanding of the Mechanic Association and Potioneer Association, Master Fonsac can appear first and Master Tetanus. He is actually a quasi-grandmaster. He should hide for a period of time and choose a suitable time to enter the Potioneer Association. Moreover, I suggest that Princess Alice does not live in the palace. She should temporarily live in a house purchased by the Dark Demon with Oliphius and Master Tetanus. In addition to Loki, Oliphius can also protect the little princess. There are 2 dark elf friends of the little princess there. Princess Alice should not feel lonely." "Your suggestion is good. I will seriously consider it." Jia nodded. "You are much more familiar with the capital than me. Now there is a primary task. Are you sure you can control the Secret Intelligence Department in the hands of Obsidian in the shortest time?" Isabella said calmly, "I can take over the Secret Intelligence Department, but there is a condition. I request independent decision-making power. When necessary, I cannot be controlled by your Majesty." Jia's eyes showed a sharp color. When she met Isabella's eyes, a trace of warmth unexpectedly flashed past. "Yes, I only want the result. I will not restrict your means." "Your Majesty is really bold." Isabella felt Jia's gaze and smiled slightly. "Then let me ask first, has your Majesty obtained the allegiance of the Toro family?" Jia glanced at Chinrue and nodded, "Yes." "That's easy. I was originally the highest controller of the capital's Secret Intelligence Department. Later, during the period after I disappeared, my assistant, Solin, the niece of the Toro family's old Cowan, took over the Secret Intelligence Department. As long as there is the full cooperation of the Toro family to eradicate a few eyesores, it should not be a problem to regain control of the Secret Intelligence Department. I can also infiltrate the Dark Demon's people into it." Jia's eyes lit up. "I will leave this matter to you. If you need manpower, just say it. Although I don't have many available people now, I will try my best to satisfy you." Isabella glanced at Chinrue with interest. "The future Royal Highness Prince Consort can also do it!" "What do you think?" Shay asked back with a deep meaning. Isabella pondered for a moment, and she smiled charmingly. I don't need it for the time being, but it may not be. I may not be able to leave this Royal Highness in the future. You can do as you see fit. The last few sentences seemed to be a bit different. Chinrue on the side listened. He didn't know why, but he inexplicably thought of a certain song. There was a little sweat on his forehead, suddenly. Chapter 565. 2 days later, an amazing news spread in the streets. The Demon Realm's top veteran mechanic master, Fonsac, who had been missing for many years, suddenly appeared in the Fallen Angel capital and joined the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association. Fonsac was the Demon Realm's top leather proficiency master. He was once the top person in the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association, and he was deeply respected by the entire mechanic community. Later, he gave up the position of president to the newly joined dual-specialized mechanic master, Nate. Nate was known as the Demon Realm's top mechanic master, but the reason for obtaining this title was that he was dual-specialized in metal and leather. He used the rules of the Masters contest to win the first place. In terms of leather alone, he was inferior to Fonsac. After Fonsac gave up the position of president, he devoted himself to studying his skills, but he died suddenly more than 10 years ago. Countless mechanics felt sorry for him. However, in the past 2 years, a major event that caused a sensation in the Demon Realm happened in the Bloody Empire's mechanics world. A young man with a mutated magic eyes talent, Richard, joined the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association and became Nate's disciple. However, this Richard was Fonsac's disciple, and he finally sacrificed himself to expose Nate's true colors to everyone. Fonsac was actually persecuted by Nate and fled the Bloody Empire because Nate wanted to use evil arts to devour his skills. After Fonsac's death, some geniuses died or disappeared inexplicably one after another. They were all caused by Nate. This caused the anger of the Demon Realm's mechanics. Nate, who was disgraced, was almost beaten to death in the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association. The Bloody Empire's Lord Raisin ordered Nate to be relieved of all duties and imprisoned. Fonsac was finally cleared of all grievances. This incident showed that Fonsac was not dead. I thought he would return to the Bloody Empire, but I didn't expect he actually joined the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association. The Mechanic Association of the Fallen Angel Empire was relatively weak compared to the other 2 empires. Firstly, there was no heritage such as the ancient magic tower and the library, which led to a large loss of talents. Secondly, there were no top masters such as Anderson and Nate. Thirdly, the old president, Rickonk, was once the teacher of the Grim Crown Prince. Not only did he not get strong support from the emperor, but he was also suspected and suppressed by Obsidian from time to time. Now that Obsidian had fallen, Crown Prince Grimm's daughter, Ja, ascended the throne as the empress. At this time, with the addition of a top, well-known master like Fonsac, it was tantamount to injecting a highly effective cardiotonic for the mechanics of the Fallen Angel Empire. Even the mechanics at the bottom were inexplicably excited. Fonsac hadn't come alone. He had brought a mysterious friend with him. This mysterious person wore a cloak, revealing an old face. He was a master of metal, and his name was Simon. His realm wasn't any lower than Fonsac's, and he was quite accomplished in the field of item mastery. These 2 top masters were leather mastery and metal mastery, respectively. It only took them 1 day to convince all the masters with absolute strength. If it was the mechanics of the Dark Shadow Empire or the Bloody Empire, there was no such effect. It was because the mechanics of the Fallen Angel Empire had gradually declined in recent years. The addition of a top master was tantamount to providing timely help. Although the Alchemist Association was a public organization of the 3 empires, the president of the country was decided by the royal family. Previously, Rickonk had asked Obsidian to resign from the position of president several times due to his old age. However, because he was highly respected and the pillar of the Mechanic Association, Obsidian was also afraid that the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association, which was already in a slump, would plummet, so he didn't approve it. With the arrival of Fonsac now, Rickonk once again asked the new empress, Ja, to resign, and he finally got permission. Master Fonsac, who was recommended by Rikonk, naturally became the new president of the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association. In fact, the process was not as simple as the result. There were still some obstacles in the middle, but with the help of Jia, Rikonk, and others, the obstacles were resolved one by one. Fonsac successfully became the president and the palace's senior consultant. The former president, Rikonk's position as the palace's senior consultant remained unchanged. With Fonsac's reputation and Rikonk's prestige, coupled with a large number of material support that Jia funded the association, the entire Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association quickly settled down after the change. He became one of the powerful supporters of the new empress, Jia. Fonsac's lightning-fast succession as the president of the Mechanic Association was clear in the eyes of those who were interested. This was Jia's good move. With Fonsac, the weight of the Mechanic Association would become more and more important. There might not be any special effect in a short period, but in the long run, it was a very important help. Fonsac's reappearance in the Fallen Angel Empire caused a sensation in the mechanics world. There were different opinions for a while. The most reasonable one was that Fonsac hid in the Dark Moon after being persecuted by Nate and got the help of Crown Prince Grimm and Jia. The Mechanic Association was just a small move, but it was enough to show that the newly enthroned Her Majesty Empress had already started to take action. For a time, all eyes were fixed on the palace from all directions. Some were vigilant, some were defensive, some were frightened, and most of them were waiting to watch from the sidelines. Fallen Angel Capital, Elder Family, Bull Family. The patriarchs and elders of the elder families were gathering together to hold a meeting. Don't you want to say something, Patriarch Redutan? The elder of the Leaf Family, Lunters of the early stage of the Demon Overlord, asked with a sneer. Redutan, the patriarch of the Toro family, showed a faint smile and did not respond. Patriarch Redutan has nothing to say, right? The patriarch of the Mizhan family, Angelo, also showed an unfriendly expression. The elder of the Mizhan family, the peak stage of the demon overlord, Barocco, was transferred out of the capital by Jia to the Tecula fortress. The recent movements of the new empress made Angelo, who had always been sensitive, instinctively feel uneasy. He didn't know when the Shadow Empire would end the damn military operation, so that Barocco could rush back to the capital as soon as possible. Lunters said unceremoniously, when Obsidian was in power, the Toro family married the regent's daughter, so they could get whatever they wanted. Now that Obsidian has fallen and Empress Jia has taken over, the Toro family immediately handed over the secret intelligence department and let the dark demon under the Empress take over. They became the first elder family to defect to Her Majesty Jia. Redudan, did you sacrifice the interests of the entire family for your children? Or do you think that you can do whatever you want again after you defect to the Empress? I think it is necessary for the Toro family to re-elect a new patriarch who is truly competent. Vanim, the elder of the Toro family and the intermediate stage of the Demon Overlord, said, Redotan's decision is the decision of the entire Toro family. This sentence indicated the position of the Toro family, and everyone was calculating in their hearts. I just want to remind you that the capital and the entire empire belong to Her Majesty Empress. Old Cowan, who had been silent, said, Besides, Her Majesty Jia is not Obsidian. The capital is not the Dark Moon either. Angelo added coldly, Protecting the empire is the responsibility of the elder families, but Her Majesty Jia is young after all. Some decisions may not be carefully considered, or they may even backfire. As the elder families, we have the right and responsibility to remind Her Majesty to reduce mistakes and make the empire run better. It's just polite words. Redutan interrupted Angelo rudely. The focus of your responsibilities and power is on the interests of the small group, including the so-called loyalty. You only want to protect your own interests or maximize your interests. You just want to have the power to control the king. Have you ever thought that when the interests that you hold on to become a stumbling block to the king's rule, you will be eradicated mercilessly. By then, you will implicate the entire elder families. Angelo's eyes showed a fierce look as he shouted, "Eradicated? Do you think Her Majesty Jia is Raisin the Great? Is it Catherine the Great? Aren't you doing this for the interests of the family? Don't forget, no matter how much you please the Empress and the royal family, you're still a member of the elder families after all. If you don't want to be kicked away after the end of your usefulness, you should unite with us and advance and retreat together. Since it is an internal meeting, I am not afraid to make it clear. Now the foreign enemies are covetous. With the foundation of Her Majesty Empress, she will never touch the elder families at this time. If we don't take the opportunity to consolidate our power now and form a situation that makes Her Majesty wary, once the foreign enemy threat is lifted, the Empress Foundation will gradually stabilize, and we will be in real danger. There is already a real danger. Perhaps only when we fail in the end will you know how powerful Her Majesty is." Ridutan said in his heart, and he didn't speak any more. Meloda, the patriarch of the Leaf family, said, "I received news that several shops were acquired at the same time, including the Leisure Moon, and that was originally idle due to the explosion in the southern suburbs. It is now being rebuilt. This buyer is Lilu, the person in charge of the capital's Princess Retail Store branch. She is likely to make a move." The cake of the capital's market was very big and rich, but no matter how big it was, there was a limit. It had been divided by the families. Now, if the Princess Retail Store wanted to get a share of the cake, unless it created a new cake, it was bound to seize the original share of the cake. This was where the conflict of interests lay. Angelo sneered. "Everyone, it seems that it is necessary to let Ms. Lilu restrain her spreading thoughts. Those shops will receive special treatment." Lunters pondered. There is no need to make a fuss. The capital is not the Dark Moon. The economic structure is already very fixed. Whether it is the Princess Retail Store or the Hot Pot Restaurant, they are just a little famous shops. Those novelties are not difficult to imitate. After reaching a certain level, the popularity will drop. The capital has the capital's rules. With those people below, a mere Princess Retail Store can't cause any trouble. Okay, that's all for today's meeting. Stiller, the highest elder of the Bowl family, stood up. "I have had contact with Her Majesty in the Dark Moon. Her Majesty is a courageous ruler who is unwilling to be controlled by others. The military and politics of the Dark Moon are completely controlled by her, but we have also seen the prosperity and strength of the Dark Moon. The failure of Prince Obsidian this time is the best example. At present, the strength of the Secret Intelligence Department is completely in the hands of Her Majesty, and the Mechanic Association is also a long-term deployment. No matter what interests or purposes, I suggest that we should be more cautious in our actions and not act too aggressively." There were currently 3 forces in the elder families. The radical faction headed by Angli was deeply rooted. They advocated to contain Jia in all aspects and force the Empress to adopt a compromise attitude like Obsidian toward the elder families. The second type was the wait-and-see faction like Stiller, which also had a considerable number. The third type was the Toro family that sided with the Empress. This was the only family at present. At the end of the meeting, Stiller watched everyone leave and stopped her old friend, Cowan, who left last. The two were called the Two Elders. They were both demon overlords of the older generation. They had fought side by side and had a deep friendship. Stiller didn't beat around the bush. She just sighed. "I didn't expect you to make a decision so quickly." Old Cowan was silent for a moment, and he replied, "I have no choice." "Is it because of Lorraine's son?" Stiller frowned. "I can understand, but if that's the case, the Toro family actually still has a choice." "No, it's gone." Old Cowan shook his head meaningfully, turned around, and left, leaving Stiller standing in place with shock in her eyes. Chapter 566. A few days later, the palace held a second meeting. This time, Jia's proposal was about the arrangement of lords. A total of 12 lords were killed in the Dark Moon Crusade, except for 4 who were hereditary and had determined heirs. The remaining 8 estates were ownerless. Candidates needed to be arranged immediately. Jia proposed to incorporate the 2 small estates near the Red Spirit Estate and the White Feather Estate into the 2 major estates as a reward. A medium-sized estate would be rewarded to Royce, the behind-the-scenes hero who had been lurking around Joseph for many years and made great contributions to the Dark Moon. The remaining 2 medium-sized estates and 4 small estates would be discussed by the elder families and the royal families to determine the lord candidates. Unsurprisingly, the elder families such as Angley expressed opposition to this proposal. The territory of the 4 major estates was originally very large, and their power was too inflated. For the long-term interests of the empire, it was necessary to control it as much as possible instead of letting it grow further. Rewards of property or treasures could be considered, but the estates must not be given up. This opinion was quite sufficient. It was indeed from the perspective of the empire's major interests. However, the 4 major estates proposed by Angley also included the Dark Moon and the Blue Lava Estate. In fact, it secretly blocked the rewards of these 2 estates proposed by Jia last time. Moreover, with the treasury left by Obsidian, if the so-called material rewards were to be cashed, it was likely that Jia would have to pay her own capital. Angley's means were quite sophisticated. He held the banner of the overall situation, made full use of the rules, and quietly weakened the monarch's decision-making privilege. Jia was now the empress of the empire, and her priority was to focus on the empire's overall interests. If she insisted on doing things her own way, then some of the elder families and royal family members who were originally watching would reevaluate her in their hearts. There would definitely be more opponents, and her prestige would further decline. As the new empress, Jia was still at a time when her foundation was not stable. Even with the support of the Toro family, she was still weak. In this case, she did not have much choice. In the end, the rewards of the 2 major estates were changed to material rewards. The quotas for the lords of the 7 estates were divided by the royal families and the elder families. Under Jia's efforts, Royce became one of the candidates for the smallest estate as a concession of the elder families to Her Majesty Empress. Many people could see the displeasure in Jia's eyes, but more of it was helplessness. After the meeting, Old Cowan of the Toro family stayed alone and reported to Shay some of the situations of the last elder meeting. Although the sword of Fallen Angel has won everyone's support for Your Majesty's ascension to the throne, many royal family members and elder families have expressed doubts about Your Majesty's ability. Many people are still in the observation stage. Master Fonsac joining the Mechanic Association is a good long-term move. It's just that if Your Majesty wants to open up the current situation through the Princess Retail Store, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The capital's business structure is relatively fixed. Those families will unite to boycott the Princess Retail Store in order to prevent their interests from being divided. By then, I'm afraid. Jia shook her head. I know what you said. What I can tell you is that Master Fonsac and the Princess Retail Store have another role. It doesn't matter if those branches are suppressed, excluded, or even closed down. At the next meeting, I will once again raise the issue of the establishment of the Finance Minister, the Minister of Military Affairs, and the left and right prime ministers. It is certain that my proposal for the elder families to give up a position will definitely be strongly opposed and rejected. At that time, the Toro family's response can be more intense to make my failure more real. Old Cowan was taken aback, and he quickly reacted. Your Majesty is deliberately showing weakness? But if you do this, Your Majesty must carefully weigh the gains and losses. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid Your Majesty's prestige will. The Toro family is the first elder family to turn to me. In the future, your experience and the power of the Toro family will become one of my trusted arms. I hope to listen to your advice more. A glimmer of light flashed across Jia's eyes. But in the current environment, there are some key things that I can't disclose for the time being. You just need to do it, understand? Old Cowan looked at Jia's determined eyes, and he felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He bowed deeply, understood. As expected, in the next two meetings, Jia suffered setbacks again. The strength of her decision-making began to become more tactful. Many places considered the interests of the elder families. For Ang Lee and the others, this was a good signal. After all, Jia was the empress. Ang Lee's original intention was not to drive Jia out of office, but to maintain the power and influence of the elder families. Therefore, they also showed appropriate deference and concessions accordingly. Royce's appointment was approved, and he became the owner of that small estate. The estate that Royce got was called Treeshade. It was relatively small with a dangerous terrain and barren soil. It was located north of the Red Spirit Estate. In addition to the Red Spirit Estate, it was also bordered by several small and medium-sized estates. To put it nicely, it was an important buffer zone for each estate. To put it bluntly, the development space was restricted. However, this did not affect Royce's joy and gratitude at all. The glory of the Kunda family shone again at this moment, not just restoring a surname. Royce was very clear about the real reason why he could become the Lord. He was glad for his decision to surrender at the Blue Lake. This was the best choice he had made in his life. In the initial stage of Chun Rue, both Royce and Eric's were important pawns to deal with Joseph. However, with the growth of Chun Rue's strength and the increase of the Dark Moon's talents, he and Eric's played a smaller and smaller role. However, after Jia ascended the throne, Chun Rue did not forget him, a servant who had little value. The Kunda family not only restored its reputation in his hands, but it would also become more and more brilliant. Royce secretly made up his mind to make some achievements to repay his master's kindness. With the permission of his mistress, Athena, Royce returned to the Dark Moon from the Red Spirit Estate. Then he left the Dark Moon with his wife, Visasha, his best friend, Eric's, and some confidants, and went to the Treeshade Estate. In the capital, except for the original Leisure Moon Inn in the southern suburbs that was still being renovated and reorganized, for new Princess retail store branches were opened in the city. However, many shops around immediately began to sell similar goods to the Princess retail store at a lower price. They also used various means to snatch customers. For a while, the Princess retail store was in an extremely difficult situation. It couldn't make ends meet. When the Dark Moon Princess retail store first opened, the novel goods once set off a craze, but it quickly cooled down under the control of other merchants. Now that the Princess Royal, had become the Empress, the Princess retail store also represented Her Majesty Empress to a certain extent. However, there were business circles and rules. The rule of this circle was also that the strong was respected. If they lost competitiveness and only relied on the Empress's power to forcibly establish a foothold, even if they could get temporary benefits, it would not last long. Moreover, Jia would lose more people's hearts. The loss outweighed the gain. General George's army withdrew from the capital and returned to the Warlock Fortress to guard. Sikali also withdrew a part of the army. What this move expressed made Ang Lee and others more certain, and they had a good feeling that the situation was under control. During the period when Jia was playing with the elder families, Chun Rue did not stay in the capital. He just found an imperial guard with a mask and cloak to replace him. He appeared beside Jia from time to time. This was the advantage of the masked man. Anyway, no one knew the true face of Aguile. Chun Rue went to the White Feather Estate. There were still many good things here. He didn't have time to take them away last time, but he could finally free his hands this time. The Medusa tribe had been on standby in the White Feather City. The lamp spirits who accompanied him to deal with Sikali had returned to the underground ruins of the Lobe mining area. Chun Rue rode a wyvern and flew straight to the Lobe mining area. Last time, under his instruction, Sikali used the demonic beast scourge as an excuse to suspend the mining of the Lobe mining area and close the mining area to facilitate the lamp spirits to do things. Chun Rue did not encounter any obstacles along the way, and he went straight to the underground ruins of the Loeb mining area. The relic of the ancient alchemy civilization was, in fact, a moving mechanical castle. Unlike before he left, many of the damaged parts of the castle had been repaired to a certain extent. Sparkling lights were shining everywhere like countless bright gems. Master, Jeannie and Jensha led the lamp spirits to salute Qin Rui. Jeannie once sacrificed her life as the key to open the ruins. Qin Rui left a large number of aura fruits before he left, which were transformed into top-level energy essence. Jeannie and others were also resurrected. Not only that, there were a total of more than 2,000 resurrected lamp spirits. Including Jeannie and Jensha, there are 72 demon emperor-level golden-eyed lamp spirits, 830 demon king-level and great demon king-level silver-eyed lamp spirits, and 1,300 higher demon black-eyed lamp spirits. The demon emperor-level lamp spirits did not have territory power, but they had long-range energy attacks and a special force field similar to territory. This kind of force field could also be used in combination. The more people, the more powerful it was. Qin Rui had seen it in the illusion. Due to the extreme lack of energy, when Jeannie and others competed with Medusa for the snake blood fruit, they could only use hand-to-hand combat and magic talent. They could not use these special attacks that consumed energy. Now, with the top-level energy essence provided by Qin Rui, it was as if the poor people who lacked food and clothing became wealthy tycoons in one fell swoop. They could naturally exert their strongest power. So many lamp spirits were a very powerful force. More than 70 demon emperor-level lamp spirits were enough to kill ordinary demon overlord powerhouses at the right time. Not to mention there were terrifying war machines such as crystal beasts, assemble puppets, and giant crystal beasts in the ruins. There were also a large number of crystal beasts, assemble puppets, and giant crystal beasts in the ruins, but they were all seriously damaged. The crystal beasts and giant crystal beasts were basically unusable. There were a few complete bodies of the assembled puppets. They could be used normally after replenishing energy, but the attributes of the lamp spirits conflicted with the assembled puppets, so they couldn't serve as drivers. Qin Rui frowned for a while, and he asked Jeannie next to him, "Can you repair these crystal beasts or war puppets?" Jeannie shook her head. "Lamp spirits don't have this ability. Even if my heart lamp is damaged and on the verge of death, I can't lower my rank to repair it." Qin Rui showed a look of regret. "It seems that I can only hand it over to Tetanus for research, or I need a large number of senior goblin warriors as assistants. Master, why don't you make gremlin servants? With them, the giant crystal beasts may be a little troublesome, but the crystal beasts and assembled puppets should not be a problem." Jeannie's subsequent words ignited a ray of hope in Qin Rui's eyes. Gremlin servants. Master is the inheritor of civilization, but you actually don't know gremlin servants. Jeannie looked curious. Due to the devouring, the memory obtained by Qin Rui was very incomplete, so he had never heard of it. He thought for a while and replied, "You should have heard from Jensha that I had a big battle with a powerful enemy underground after receiving the inheritance. Although I finally defeated him, the inherited memory was also affected. Some of it is vague, and I can't remember many things. Tell me about the gremlin servants now." Jeannie didn't doubt anything, and she replied respectfully, "In alchemy civilization, the giant crystal beasts are the great guardians that defend the entire fortress. The assembled puppets are equivalent to war weapons. People can use them to exert power beyond their own. The stronger the spirit power of the driver, the greater the power of the puppet. The crystal beasts are equivalent to guards that protect the safety of the master. We lamp spirits are magicians on the battlefield, and we are maids who dedicate everything to the master in life. As for the gremlin servants, they are the lowest servants with no combat power. They can't leave the limited range of the castle, but they have special abilities to repair and manufacture. If a large number of gremlin servants can be created, coupled with the top-level energy essence provided by the master, not only the crystal beasts, but the entire castle can be restored to operation." Chenrue was overjoyed, then he showed doubts. So how to create gremlin servants? There is now a large number of top-level energy essence, which is enough to activate the central life crystal of the city and control the entire territory castle. Then, as long as energy is provided, a large number of gremlin servants can be created. Chenrue noticed Genie's words, territory castle. The entire mobile castle is a territory kingdom. I only have the authority to know this knowledge. The rest depends on Master's inherited memory. Territory kingdom? It was not the first time that Chenrue heard this term. He had heard it several times from Satan. It should be the mystery of the territory beyond the demon overlord realm. It is probably the prototype of the kingdom of God. According to Genie, this mobile castle is actually a territory kingdom. Chenrue thought of Satan's mountain Sekred, and he vaguely understood a little in his heart. It was just that the so-called inherited memory was just a cover for possession. The lamp spirits didn't seem to know this. The demigod soul that failed to possess was eventually devoured by Chenrue instead. Most of its power was still undigested in the star conversion. In other words, Chenrue, the inheritor, was unworthy of his name. He could even be said to be the enemy of the entire castle. He didn't know if he could really control the entire castle. There might be danger. Gremlin servants, crystal beasts, assemble puppets, giant crystal beasts, and this huge and powerful territory kingdom. I have to try it no matter what. Genie, take me to the central life crystal now. Yes, Master. Genie led Chenrue all the way to a large palace, which was very similar to the main city palace that Chenrue had seen in the illusion. Walking into the palace, through layers of spiral stairs, Genie stopped in front of a huge underground room. Master, before you activate the central life crystal, I can only send you here. Inside is the control center of the main city. You can go down first. Chenrue nodded, and Genie bowed and retreated. This huge room didn't have a door, but there was a faint light coming from inside. It looked mysterious. Chenrue took a deep breath and walked in. As soon as he approached the entrance of the room, he felt a powerful spirit fluctuation coming. It seemed to have a terrifying aggressiveness. Once there was any change, his entire soul might be destroyed. Chenrue hesitated a little and continued to walk forward. The spirit fluctuation became more and more terrifying. It would increase a little with every step forward. Even with Chenrue's current S+ spirit level, he felt his heart tremble as if he was walking step by step towards the abyss of death. Chenrue's consciousness began to become blurred under that pressure, and his 5 senses gradually lost their function. However, his body still moved forward firmly with almost instinctive movements under the support of his will. He couldn't see or hear what danger was ahead, but he just kept moving forward. In the process of moving forward, Chenrue felt that thousands of thoughts wrapped around him and penetrated straight into his soul. The super system continuously converted them into aura, but the speed and intensity of the penetration were extremely strong. The conversion speed could not keep up with the speed of penetration. If this continued, perhaps his entire soul would be in danger of collapsing. Is it another F** king possession? Chenrue felt that he was fooled. As he was trying to escape, the soul power stored in star conversion began to fluctuate. Logically, the power in star conversion would not change automatically unless Chenrue absorbed it himself or transferred it to his partner through dual training. The current situation should be due to external thoughts. The soul power in star conversion fluctuated more and more violently, resonating with the external thoughts. Chenrue's mind moved, and he penetrated his spirit power into these soul powers. If it was at the time of inheritance, it would definitely be impossible to do it, but now these soul powers were already in his pocket. It was equivalent to the food in the refrigerator. He could open it and enjoy it at any time, so it was naturally not a problem. The demigod soul power that wrapped Chenrue's spirit power finally couldn't be suppressed. Under the attraction of the external powerful thoughts, it continued to surge out. Although the soul power stored in star conversion was huge, the surging speed still made Chenrue secretly shocked. Fortunately, the attraction quickly weakened, and the soul power that flowed out miraculously returned to his body. Moreover, there was something more. It seemed to be some kind of spiritual imprint that blended with his own spirit power. Before Chenrue could react, the entire room was bright and changed into another appearance. The entire huge room seemed to be boundless. It seemed to be an independent space. The material of the ground was unknown metal, and there were strange facilities everywhere. In the center was a huge crystal suspended between the two golden round tables on the ceiling and the ground. It seemed to connect the sky and the earth. There were various strange symbols flashing around it. The crystal emitted a soft purple light, and a soft female voice sounded. The soul power match is 100%. The spiritual imprint has been added. Welcome, my master. Why does it look like a smart computer system? Chenrue was taken aback. He thought that he had traveled through time again and came to a sci-fi world. Chapter 567. Chenrue's mind felt that a lot of strange things had been added. His senses suddenly became 100 times sharper. His mind extended from all directions, from the room to the entire palace. Every grass, every tree, and every movement were under his control. This feeling didn't consume his own spiritual power, but it was an effect of extending through the central life crystal's meridian. It should disappear when he left here. This room was equivalent to the central control room of the entire castle. Judging from the surrounding situation, it should also be an independent space. Chenrue tried according to the feeling in his mind. The metal floor with a strange luster suddenly arched into countless square shapes, quickly changing and combining into a smooth chair. Chenrue sat on it and felt very comfortable. It was not an illusion. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He tried one by one and found that the things in this room could indeed change freely with his mind. This meant that he had successfully activated the center of the city, the life crystal, and became the master. Just now, he had an idea to take the risk of wrapping his spiritual power in the soul power. It was the right choice. Chenrue tentatively asked, "What's your name?" The female voice replied, "My name is Crystal Phoenix. Do you need to change it?" Chenrue had determined that this was a living being that could be interacted with. He shook his head and said, "No need. Let me ask you a question. What will happen if my soul power can't match?" If the soul power can't match, the intruder will be destroyed on the way to enter the control center. If it can't be destroyed, the control center will explode. Now, this control center has been imprinted with the Master's spiritual imprint and has become an independent space. Master can enter the control center from any corner of the castle with his mind, without Master's permission. Even if the entire Shurian castle is destroyed, it can't be broken in. Chenrue knew that he had walked through the gates of hell. He secretly wiped his cold sweat. Shurian Castle? The castle was originally named Shurian. Do you want to rename the castle? Chenrue felt weird in his heart. Why does it seem to be some kind of prompt to enter the game, but the name, Shurian, sounds too hard to pronounce? He said, "Let's call it City of Stars." Renaming completed. Master, please note that the City of Stars is currently damaged and incomplete, and most of its functions are unusable. It is estimated that 3,000 gremlin servants and 145 units of top-level energy essence will be needed to completely repair it. When Chenrue heard Crystal Phoenix mentioned gremlin servant, he asked, "How can I make gremlin servant?" After Master provides enough energy, Crystal Phoenix will activate the gremlin factory. Through energy consumption, it will automatically produce gremlin souls and transform body materials into gremlin servants. Each unit of top-notch energy essence could create 100 gremlin servants. Out of every 100 gremlin servants, there might be one mutant gremlin leader. A head-level gremlin servant can command other gremlin servants to improve their work efficiency and manufacture and repair more advanced equipment. Every 100 gremlin servants consume 1 unit of top-level energy essence as food every month. So that was how it was. Chinrue suppressed the surprise in his heart. There's no problem with the energy. How many monsters and other kinds of troops can you create at most? The current castle is level 2. With sufficient materials and energy, it can produce up to 20,000 gremlin servants, 10,000 crystal beasts, 5,000 lamp spirits, 1,000 assembled puppets, and 100 giant crystal beasts. The castle can be further upgraded to increase the upper limit of various species and enhance its own functions, but it requires a lot of rare materials. The castle can still be upgraded. The weird feeling of game in Chinrue's heart became stronger. Then he got the answer from Crystal Phoenix's mouth. The life created by the castle belongs to the alchemy life body. The sole core of the alchemy life is made by Crystal Phoenix, the central crystal. Because of this, every alchemy life produced will absolutely obey the master of the castle. The sole control of the life crystal has a certain limit. If the number is exceeded, it can't be controlled and the production will automatically stop. In the alchemy civilization, the life crystal was the core that determined all alchemy life, or it could be called the mother body that gave birth to life. Upgrading was to improve the quality and strength of the central life crystal so that the crystal could control more and more powerful life forms. In addition to the alchemy life created by the life crystal, there were a large number of human-like aborigines in the alchemy civilization. They gave birth to the next generation of bloodline through traditional mating methods. These aborigines could control the assembled puppets to exert powerful combat power, and the masters were also produced in the competition. It was just that this kind of aborigines in the ruins had long perished. Otherwise, it would not benefit an outsider like Chinrue. Chinrue looked at the materials for upgrading the castle. Most of them were unheard of, and the quantity requirement was astonishing. The top priority was to repair the castle first, then create 3,000 gremlin servants to repair the castle first. Yes, sir. The castle has stored 2,470 units of top-level energy essence. It takes 50 units to activate the gremlin factory, and it takes 30 units to create 3,000 gremlin servants. The production will start now, and the estimated time is 5 days. After the gremlin servants are born, the repair work will automatically start. The repair needs to find corresponding materials with high compatibility. If the materials are complete, it is estimated that it will take 2 months to completely repair the castle. If a gremlin leader is born, the time can be further shortened. 2 months was actually not a long time. In terms of energy, it was not a problem for Chinrue, who had the Galaxy Garden. Once the castle was repaired, then all the crystal beasts and giant beasts were repaired. Then it was equivalent to having a powerful army. It was even enough to build a small country in the demon realm. Chinrue suddenly thought of something. An alchemy castle is only equivalent to a small force unit in the alchemy civilization, but it already has such a powerful combat power. The power of the entire ancient alchemy civilization can be imagined. Then, isn't the Abyss clan that destroyed the alchemy civilization even more, whether it was in the illusion of the inheritance trial or the underground altar of Town Massimo, the horror of the Abyss clan was still fresh in Chinrue's memory. What he experienced should only be a drop in the ocean of the Abyss clan. It was just that, judging from the tone of the demigod powerhouse, Satan, the Abyss clan seemed to be sealed or isolated in a certain space. For countless years, they had been trying to break out of the seal. It was just that these things were still very far away for his current level. Even if he worried, it was useless. Thinking of this, Chinrue didn't think anymore and asked, "What's the matter with the Territory Kingdom?" This city of stars is the Territory Kingdom. The spiritual imprint has been transmitted to Master. At present, Master strength is too weak to fully integrate the imprint and control the Territory Kingdom. Chinrue thought of the spiritual imprint he had obtained previously, and there was a surge of ecstasy in his heart. The territory kingdom should be the power possessed by the demigod powerhouse. I didn't expect it to be obtained so easily. As long as my strength is enough, I can master this kind of superpower above the demon overlord realm. Crystal Phoenix then sounded again. Master can use the alchemy secret technique to absorb the power of the lamp spirits to continuously strengthen your body. Then completely integrate the spiritual imprint of the territory kingdom step by step. When your strength level recovers, you can regain control of the entire kingdom. This sentence cooled down Chenrue's ecstasy. The alchemy secret technique to absorb the power of the lamp spirits? I don't seem to know it. After repeatedly consulting Crystal Phoenix, Chenrue confirmed 3 things. First, Crystal Phoenix was not the super-intelligent life that he imagined. The answers or solutions given could not leave the scope of the Life Crystal database. Without this rule, it could not be solved. To be more precise, Crystal Phoenix was just a tool with intelligence. The real brain was still Chenrue himself. Second, his current strength was insufficient. He could only control this palace through Crystal Phoenix. Once his strength met the requirements, he could sense and control every move of the entire castle in this central control room, like controlling his own arm. He could also remotely control the corresponding buildings and equipment. Third, Crystal Phoenix's function was to manage the defense, production, and development of the entire castle. She couldn't give more answers about the territory kingdom and other training aspects. These should be things in the inherited memory. But due to the failure of the demigod's soul possession, Chenrue only got some residual memory fragments. He did not really get the so-called inheritance. Many things such as formulas and secret techniques were not clear. It was equivalent to receiving the inheritance of the unlucky demigod. Although the inheritance was in hand, there was no key to open the safe. How to take out the treasures inside and squander them was still a problem. The gremlin factory was quickly activated. The process of creating gremlins opened Chenrue's eyes. The first thing to be generated was the soul core. Then the soul core was placed in a crystal trough similar to a petri dish to condense the body. This process was not very fast, but the condensed form could be faintly seen. It seemed to be a wonderful energy transformation process. This transformation was not completed with energy out of thin air. It required special materials. This material was one of the basic reserves of the castle. It was kept in the castle as a basic working unit. As a senior game geek, Chenrue couldn't help but think of the basic engineers of some strategy games. The first batch of gremlin servants was 100, and it would take about 2.5 hours to complete. Chenrue did not wait and came to the busy lamp spirits. The lamp spirits were using aura fruits to create energy essence to clean and tidy up the castle. Chenrue found Genie and asked, "Genie, do you know how to absorb the energy of the lamp spirits to strengthen?" Genie was startled and replied, "The lamp spirits can directly absorb energy essence. Master can use a secret method to absorb life energy from the lamp spirits through mating to strengthen physique and strength. But the lamp spirits will lower their rank or even be annihilated forever. This is the so-called secret method." The word plucking appeared in Chenrue's mind, and he couldn't help frowning. Regardless of the good or bad of this method, the humans of alchemy civilization were still different from the training of ordinary humans or demons. They used the life energy of plucking yin to supplement yang. The lamp spirits were like a kind of cauldron. They would be abandoned after the nutrients were absorbed. Compared with this method of harming others to benefit oneself, Chenrue's dual training technique was much more powerful. It could complement yin and yang to benefit both men and women. It was just that dual training was more auxiliary and skill power range for Chenrue, not the fundamental way to promote and become powerful. Moreover, the lamp spirits were special alchemy lives. Unlike ordinary life forms, the key to evolution was the mind lamp. They couldn't absorb the power of dual training to enhance themselves. The golden eyes of the lamp spirits were a little dim, but she still spoke without hesitation. The energy in my body has reached the highest point. Does Master want to start absorbing it immediately? Chenrue deliberately asked. Your life will be in danger. Jeannie shook her head. The fate of the lamp spirits is to dedicate everything to Master, including life. Chenrue now understood the true meaning of dedicate everything that she said previously. He had a new understanding of the loyalty of these alchemy lives. It was a bit similar to the puppets controlled by the God-eating mask, but it was not exactly the same. Their independent consciousness was stronger. They would worry or fear about sacrifice, but they could not disobey the Master's orders. Loyalty was the irreversible first law that Crystal Phoenix instilled in the soul of these alchemy lives when she created them. Just dedicate your loyalty. Chenrue smiled slightly. Although I got the inheritance, I have my own training path. I don't need to rely on absorbing your vitality. I won't do it now and won't do it in the future. Jeannie's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. A bright smile appeared behind the veil. Master, do you need Jeannie to serve you? Or Ajensha and Genlon? We will try our best to meet all the desires and needs of Master. Seeing the lamp spirits with a hot figure and sexy clothes in front of him, the absurd scene and illusion appeared in Chenrue's mind again. He couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. Fortunately, he had experienced the test of refined mind, and his will was extremely strong. He immediately woke up and shook his head. Chenrue didn't like to have sex without feelings. It was just indulgence that succumbed to instinct. Moreover, there was no lack of beloved women around him. He couldn't take care of them all. If I really indulge more than 2,000 lamp spirits, sooner or later they will die. The physique of the dragons will be useless. When Master needs it, please let me know at any time. Jeannie didn't think so much, and she asked again, Master, can I tell this news to the other lamp spirits? Chenrue knew that Jeannie was referring to his promise of not absorbing the vitality of the lamp spirits in the future. For the lamp spirits, this was indeed good news. Chenrue smiled slightly. Of course, that can be done. By the way, inform them that after the first batch of gremlin servants is manufactured, leave 100 lamp spirits to guard the fortress. The rest will leave with me to perform missions in the outside world. Remember to give me the energy conversion machine. I can provide you with the top-level energy essence you need at any time. Yes. Jeannie saluted respectfully. She tapped her foot and floated toward the lamp spirits. Soon, these beautiful women with good figures and different charm cast their surprised eyes over at the same time. Cheers burst out in unison, resounding throughout the underground castle. Chapter 568. Not long after, the first batch of gremlin servants was finally created. The gremlin was not tall, and his body was thin. He was a bit similar to goblins. His skin was yellow, he had sharp nails, and he wore simple clothes. Although he looked ugly, he looked neat and tidy. Compared with the magic talents of the lamp spirits, the talents of gremlin were even more peculiar. They could turn their claws into various tools such as measurement, calculation, and repair for ease of work. Chenrue's luck was good. A gremlin leader was born among these 100 gremlin servants. The gremlin leader was slightly bigger. His skin was tawny, and his clothes were also different. He had a pair of items similar to magnifying glasses in his hand. He had the ability to control the gremlin servants. He could reasonably allocate the team and time, greatly improve efficiency, and he could also repair and make more advanced things. Gremlin was timid and not suitable for fighting, but they were born skilled craftsmen. Even the senior goblin warriors were much inferior to them. Now that Chenrue had become the master of the castle, all the alchemy lives in the City of Stars could feel the special imprint breath of the master. Even the newly born gremlin servants were no exception. The leader led the 100 gremlin servants to kneel and salute Master. Seeing these gremlin servants, Chenrue seemed to see a huge army. He was in high spirits for a while. From now on, your name is Ludo. There will be another 2,900 gremlin servants being born next. There will be a total of 3,000 gremlin servants. You will be the leader of this group of gremlin servants. Yes, thank you, Master, for naming me. Ludo bowed respectfully. You immediately start to repair the castle facilities and the damaged crystal beasts, assemble puppets and giant crystal beasts. If necessary, more gremlin servants will be born. I want to see the resurrection of the guardians and guards as soon as possible. Ludo thought for a while, took out a piece of paper, and wrote quickly. After a while, he handed it over. If you want to repair the facilities and guards as soon as possible, gremlin servants must be produced in large quantities. In addition to energy, these materials are also needed. Please have a look, Master. Chinrue took a look. There were hundreds of materials listed on it, and he had never heard of most of them. The ambition in his heart was suddenly extinguished by half. By the way, in addition to this, the materials for the bodies of the gremlin servants also need to be replenished. Otherwise, we can only produce 5,000 gremlins at most. Ludo took out another list and handed it to Chinrue, giving him another headache. There were all kinds of meat and plants on it, and they were all very unfamiliar. Chinrue finally saw a familiar name, low-level energy fruit. He remembered that when he first met the lamp spirits were fighting with Medusa for the snake blood fruit. This kind of snake blood fruit was called low-level energy fruit by the lamp spirits. He immediately took out a pile of alchemy materials from his warehouse. Ludo, do you recognize these things? Tea crystal, black rainstone, green beautiful wood. Ludo reported one by one. The name was really different from what Chinrue knew. Chinrue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my expectations are right. In this way, repairing the castle is still quite promising. Chinrue took out all types of materials and seed samples obtained at the last plant trade fair. After Ludo's identification, most of the materials on the list were matched. There were also some substitutes that Ludo found that were close to the compound requirements. At least, it could complete the repair of the castle and the manufacturing of gremlin servants. Fortunately, Chinrue had the storage warehouse of the super system. Otherwise, he couldn't take out so many materials. However, a complete variety was one thing, and the quantity was another. Especially for some main materials, the quantity needed by Ludo was quite large. There were not so many in the storage warehouse at all, so he must find a way to gather them as soon as possible. The repair of the crystal beasts and assemble puppets was more troublesome. There were a lot of missing materials. With Chinrue's mechanical attainments and the identification function of analytical eyes, he sorted out a set of plans after serious research with Ludo. Most of them could be replaced with similar things. Only two materials couldn't be replaced. One was the blue star heavy water needed by the assembled puppets, and the other was the phantom coral needed by the crystal demonic beasts. The phantom coral was not only a necessary material for manufacturing and repairing the crystal demonic beasts, but it was also one of the materials of the giant crystal beasts. The giant crystal beasts were the strongest guardians and war weapons, but the manufacturing process was much more subtle and complicated than ordinary alchemy lives. 10 gremlin leaders were needed to complete the repair of a giant crystal beast. In addition to the phantom coral, a large number of mystic crystals were also needed. Mystic crystals were high-purity gold crystals made with a secret method. There were many gold crystals in the storage warehouse. With the refinery of the super system, he could make the highest purity mystic crystals. The giant crystal beasts were undoubtedly very expensive, but once they could be truly resurrected, the combat power they brought was also quite huge. The only pity was that there were only 10 giant crystal beasts that could be repaired. The rest could not be repaired. If he wanted to rebuild them in addition to more gremlin leaders, he also needed the most important core material, dragon power essence. Dragon power essence was the essence condensed by the souls of dragons that did not dissipate after their death. It carried the dragon's demeanor and part of the soul power of the dragons when they were alive. Except for the mysterious Dragon Island, this kind of thing was almost impossible to find outside. Dragon power essence was also one of the 2 necessary materials for Garatum to advance to demon overlord. Even so, with Chun Rue's current strength, he could not break into the Dragon Island. That place was the nest of the giant dragons. Even Demigod was afraid of it. It seemed that the plan to manufacture the giant crystal beasts could only be postponed indefinitely. I should first solve the problems of the crystal beasts and assemble puppets. If I find the phantom coral, I can also repair the 10 giant beasts, which are also very powerful combat power. After making up his mind, Chun Rue left 100 lamp spirits to assist the gremlins in repairing the castle facilities, and he left the pit with the other 2,000 lamp spirits. Chun Rue found the Medusa tribe stationed in the White Feather City and went south toward the capital with the lamp spirits. There were no obstacles in entering the capital because the White Feather Estate's garrison in the capital was frequently mobilized during this period. Chun Rue had already instructed Sikali. With the cooperation of the capital's secret intelligence department controlled by Isabella, a total of nearly 5,000 lamp spirits and Medusas fought against the princes of the White Feather Estate army and stationed in the secret barracks of the capital late at night. Chun Rue left the Medusas and lamp spirits in the barracks, and he only took Queen Medusa and Genie into the palace. At this time, the imperial guards in the palace had been replaced by the original troops of the Dark Moon. But due to the limited number of people, the defense power was quite limited. In the palace, Chun Rue met Her Majesty Empress, Ms. Intelligence Chief, and Ms. Scientist, whom he had not seen for many days. Perhaps they heard that a man had returned with nearly 5,000 females. So the 3 ladies temporarily united and planned to have a tripartite trial. This was not Chun Rue's fault, who made the Medusas only have females, and the lamp spirits are all beauties. Are these the lamp spirits you are talking about? Jia looked at Genie, and shock flashed in her eyes. There are 72 such demon emperor-level lamp spirits. Yes, in addition to the golden-eyed demon emperor-level demon emperor, there are 830 silver-eyed great demon king, and there are 1,200 black-eyed higher demon. The power that the Grand Master's inheritance ruins can mobilize is all here. Chun Rue looked at Lan Liza. In addition to this demon emperor-level queen Lan Liza, the Medusa tribe has 105 great demon king, for 50 demon king, 1,400 higher demon, and the rest are intermediate demon. Isabella's eyes also lit up. The strength of this Medusa tribe is far better than Mountain Shillong. What is more powerful is the lamp spirits brought out from the ruins civilization. They actually have such terrifying combat power. This force will be an important weight for the next action. My idea is that all the lamp spirits will be stationed in the palace and organize a powerful personal guard. The Medusas will be stationed in the Secret Intelligence Department to cooperate with Isabella's Secret Intelligence Department. After the situation in the capital stabilizes, the Medusas will go to Mountain Shillong of the Dark Moon, and the 2 tribes will be combined into one. Jia and Isabella looked at each other and nodded. With this lamp spirit guard, both safety and confidentiality can be strongly guaranteed. The Medusas can also greatly enhance the power in Isabella's hands. Rala's focus was not on the placement of the lamp spirits and Medusas. A scorching light lit up behind her glasses as she looked at Genie. Ancient alchemy life? You also have the talent of instant support magic? Quick, try casting a magic on me now. Genie glanced at Chun Rue hesitantly, and Chun Rue nodded. Genie waved her hand at Rala, and a pale green light appeared and disappeared on Rala's body. Rala squinted her eyes as if she enjoyed it. Haste. From the condensation of elements, it seems to be a kind of imprint. It is difficult to be dispelled by ordinary magic. The effect is not bad. Rala, could be regarded as the top magician of the demon realm. It was already quite rare for her to evaluate the effect is not bad. Seeing the fairy Miss Long's interest, Chinrue coughed dryly and said, Rala, now is not the time. Let's study it next time. Genie, this is Rala, one of your mistresses. Follow her orders unconditionally in the future. Genie saluted Rala respectfully, Master Rala. Rala nodded with satisfaction. The way you cast magic has something in common with the ancient runes. Maybe I can further improve your talent power. Thank you, Master Rala. Chinrue keenly noticed a trace of strangeness in Her Majesty Empress's eyes, and he immediately said, This is Her Majesty Jia. She is also one of the mistresses of the lamp spirits. You also have to listen to her orders. You will be responsible for her safety in the future. Master Jia. Genie saluted Jia again. Just call me Your Majesty. Jia nodded with satisfaction, but she looked at Isabella. Coincidentally, Rala also glanced at Isabella. Then the weird eyes of Her Majesty Empress and Ms. Scientist fell on Chinrue at the same time, giving him goosebumps. Jia said faintly, Don't you want to introduce this, Anne? Chinrue's forehead was a little sweaty, and Isabella smiled. I'm not qualified to be a mistress. Ms. Genie, your appearance is very attractive. Are the 2,000 lamp spirits as beautiful as you? Will they all obey the master's orders? Yes. Genie nodded. We can dedicate everything to the master at any time. When they heard that there were still 2,000 beautiful women who could dedicate everything, for weird gazes suddenly shifted to Chinrue, and there was also a gloating glance from a woman. She is indeed the Secret Intelligence Department's Ms. Head. She can direct the trouble with just one sentence. Under the scrutiny of 6 gazes, the male master, who felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, used the excuse of settling the secret barracks to escape from the palace. Chapter 569. The lamp spirits quickly settled in the palace. With the help of Kaguli, they quickly familiarized themselves with the environment of the palace and the duties of the guards. On the surface, Kaguli was still the commander of the Imperial Guards. Even some people with ulterior motives only knew that a new batch of Imperial Guards had been added in the palace. The original Obsidian's manpower was all transferred away, so they didn't know the true strength of these Imperial Guards. Chinrue found his teacher, Tetanus, in the house arranged by the Secret Intelligence Department. From Tetanus, Chinrue learned that the phantom coral and blue star heavy water were very rare materials. They were still sold on the market 2,000 years ago, but it was really difficult to see them now. These 2 materials could only be found in the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea was located in the extreme south of the fallen angel empire. It was boundless and mysterious. Few people could survive it. It was a dangerous place in the demon realm. Chinrue thought of the Earth Elemental King Moore in the underground world of Mountain Shillong. After Moore absorbed the power of fertile Yuan soil, he would go to the Dead Sea. It was necessary to travel together at that time. This time, Chinrue brought back some things from the City of Stars, which aroused great interest of Tetanus. The magic lamp made from the extinct light-gathering insect alone made the old man unable to put it down. There were also 2 assembled puppets, one complete and the other incomplete. Chinrue gave them to Tetanus for research to see if ordinary demons could control this powerful war machine. Due to Jia's compromise, the capital was calm on the surface. The original Leisure Moon Inn in the southern suburbs had been renovating without anything, and the original Princess Retail Stores branch was also dismal under the joint restrictions of various merchants. Judging from this sign, Jia had lost. Of course, for Shay, who was the Empress, she was very busy every day. The Princess Retail Store was just a minor detail. During this time, she worked hard to solve many of the drawbacks left by Obsidian. She also took out a lot of funds from the Dark Moon's old capital and made considerable achievements in supporting the family and settling down the people. The dilapidated places such as the Central Square, Arena, and Main Streets were all repaired. Many special facilities were added. It looked like a brand new spirit, leaving a pretty good impression on the people. Jia did a good job in winning people's hearts. Since most of the people she won were small families or civilians, Anjali and the others did not take it to heart. Moreover, the related industries of the elder families were also taken care of, so the progress was quite smooth. Chinrue was not in the capital these days, but he accompanied Rala in the Rainbow Valley. Since Jia now had the protection of the lamp spirit guards and the royal guardian, Rala could free her time to carry out her research. However, this time the fairy Miss Long was not studying the lamp spirits, but Sir Deputy Valley Master. Chinrue did not hide his trip to the civilization ruins from Rala. He told her everything, including the spiritual imprint of the territory kingdom obtained. Rala's eyes lit up when she heard this. She didn't even care about the lamp spirits that she originally wanted to study. She directly pulled Chinrue to the lab. Next, Chinrue once again gloriously became an experimental subject. Looking at the instruments and props, he couldn't help but feel lost for a while, as if he had returned to the time when he first met the fairy Miss Long. The world was impermanent. The former, terrifying and brutal mad scientist was now a cute and lovable partner. Those experiments were also extremely careful to pay attention to his safety. Despite many precautions, Rala's experiments were still not so safe. There were several dangerous situations. Fortunately, Chinrue was also not the same as before. Whether it was experiments or magic circles, he could be regarded as an expert. He quickly averted the danger. However, the last experimental method used by the fairy Miss Long made Chinrue a little speechless. It was the ancient runes containing the demigod territory power that facilitated the marriage between the two that day. Rala now knew this rune like the back of her hand, and she could control it freely. The dangerous part in front was separated, leaving the latter part. The meaning of this part of the ancient runes was aphrodisiac lust mating in the spirit of dedicating himself to science. Chinrue accepted the experiment with great interest and enthusiasm. To be honest, facing a group of beautiful lamp spirits who were ready to sacrifice themselves at any time all day, it really took perseverance to hold it. His desire had been suppressed for a long time, and he had long wanted to have sex. Seeing that Rala wanted to focus on the experiment, he resisted and didn't want to disturb her, but he didn't expect the fairy Miss Long to use this experimental method. How could the Deputy Valley Master not devote himself to the Valley Master? Under the urging of that rune, the two of them quickly rolled together, and then it was a fiery, passionate slap. Chinrue was naturally very vigorous. As a dragon's, Ms. Rala was not weak either. She was just panting and begging for mercy just now, and then she was energetic and turned the tables. However, when the climax was extremely lingering, Rala suddenly seemed to feel something terrifying. She trembled abruptly and forcibly suppressed the lust stimulated by the runes. She struggled from Chinrue's body and rolled to the side. She pointed at the light beam that released the power of the runes, and the light gradually faded. Chinrue was taken aback, thinking that something was wrong with her body. His soaring desire suddenly extinguished. He quickly sat up and held her shoulder. "Rala? Don't touch me." Rala trembled again and screamed abnormally. Since Chinrue had the most intimate relationship with Rala, they had always been in love with each other. This intelligent woman, who liked to pretend to be in a daze, had a very important position in his heart. Objectively speaking, no matter in terms of strength or appearance, he was actually not worthy of Rala. However, this arrogant dragon's beauty was dead set on him. She didn't even mind that he had another woman. Chinrue's feeling toward Rala was that he was afraid of her at first, but now he was afraid of losing her. Now that he saw Rala's abnormal appearance, he was even more worried, and his hand stopped. Rala's body was wrapped in a layer of cold water. The red tide of excitement on her body quickly cooled down and faded away under the wash of this water. The water changed again and turned into a skirt, wrapping her attractive body. Don't do this in the future." Rala's words made Chinrue's heart cold. Why What happened? My body has a little problem. Anyway, I've decided. Rala stood up and put on her glasses. Before I surpass Demon Overlord, or you completely master the power of this territory kingdom, let's separate for a while. These words made Chinrue stunned. The two had always been attached to each other, especially Rala, who had a certain nature of dragons. Not only did she not resist the matter between men and women, but she was also quite enthusiastic about it. She was second only to Kia, but she suddenly made such a decision. He got up and came to Rala, looking into her eyes. A faint light appeared on Rala's glasses, blocking his gaze. Chinrue was very familiar with Rala. This little trick of trying to cover up was a habitual expression of her guilty conscience. He knew it in his heart and shook his head. You absorbed the power of the spiritual imprint just now, right? The light on Rala's glasses flashed, but she lowered her head. Chinrue was more certain of his guess. Tell me the truth. If we are together in the future, intimate, what will happen? Rala bit her lip and replied, the spiritual imprint you obtained contains the essence of the territory kingdom. My current power level has reached the final bottleneck of the peak stage of the Demon Overlord. The territory is only one step away from the kingdom. I originally just wanted to use the power of runes to feel the mystery of this territory kingdom to help myself realize the breakthrough. But I accidentally swallowed a little essence power. The power in my body has also changed. This kind of essence has a fatal attraction to me now. Even without the activation of runes, as long as I will involuntarily swallow and absorb that kind of essence power, and you will gradually lose the power of the imprint territory kingdom. At this point, Rala lowered her head even more. Unless you can break through to the level beyond the Demon Overlord. Otherwise, although I'm only a step away, this step is quite difficult. From ancient times to the present, it is enough to make countless peak stage of the Demon Overlord regret for life. I once received the soul power you gave me, plus the little essence of the territory kingdom I absorbed today. I have benefited a lot. I will probably break through within 1,000 years. You are the master of the territory kingdom, and you have the magical inheritance power. As long as you reach the peak stage of the Demon Overlord, your further speed should be much faster than mine. Before that, let's not meet again. Let's concentrate on training and strive to reach that realm as soon as possible. At the thought of being separated from the man she loved for hundreds or thousands of years, Rala was also very sad, but she had to make this decision. I see. Chinrue sighed. Since this is the case, then let's continue. What? This time it was not Rala's habit of pretending to be dazed, but she really thought she heard it wrong. No magic. Listen to me first. Chinrue yelled and successfully deterred the fairy Miss Long. He took 2 steps forward and hugged her tightly in his arms. If you absorb the essence power of this territory kingdom, can you break through the bottleneck directly? Rala understood Chinrue's meaning and refused flatly, no. Chinrue smiled. To tell you the truth, the people of the ancient alchemy civilization are different from me in terms of physique and training methods. The power of this territory kingdom is actually not suitable for me. As long as the spiritual imprint is still there, it's fine. As for the essence, I can give it all to you to help you break through the bottleneck. Rala didn't believe it. She just shook her head. Chinrue took off her glasses and then held her face. Look at my eyes. I have my own training path. It won't take long for me to break through Demon Overlord and then catch up with you step by step. Chinrue was telling the truth. What he really relied on was not the ancient alchemy civilization, but the super system. That was his path. This territory kingdom was the best choice for Rala to break through to demigod as soon as possible. As for the City of Stars, as long as he didn't die, the spiritual imprint would not disappear. It was still under his control. If you really think I'm your man, accept the power of this territory kingdom. If you let me leave now, then I will never see you again. Chinrue's final trump card shocked Rala. Her eyes were a little red, and she finally stopped shaking her head. She wanted to say something, but she didn't speak in the end, because she knew that with the relationship between the two, it was fine to make a joke, but the word "thank you" really didn't need to be said. Let me tell you, the way those guys in the ancient alchemy civilization enhance their strength is... Chinrue muttered a few words in Rala's ear. You don't want me to do this, right? I have more than 2,000 lamp spirits around me now. Rala nodded, subconsciously. Her face suddenly turned red, and the surrounding runes with special meanings began to flicker again. Chapter 570. On this day, the fallen angel capital ushered in the most important guest. The Shadow Empire, which had gathered a large number of troops at the border of the fallen angel empire, finally sent a new envoy to enter the fallen angel empire through Tekula Fortress after Jia's lightning ascension to the throne and arrived at the capital. This time, the envoy was an acquaintance again. The leader was the third general of the Shadow Empire, Crawford, and the deputy envoy was the new patriarch of the Custer family, the top business family in the Dark Shadow Empire, Celine. Crawford was an old friend of Jia. When Jia was in the Dark Moon, she had conducted bilateral visits and close cooperation. Celine's Custer family was the first business family to enter the Dark Moon estate. They also established a joint chamber of commerce with several families in the Dark Moon. The two sides were inextricably linked. These two envoys should be a positive signal, hinting at a certain change in Catherine's attitude. Jia immediately led the ministers to formally meet Crawford in the palace hall. At this time, the candidates for the left and right prime ministers had not been decided. The finance minister and the minister of military affairs were still chosen by the elder families. Greetings, Her Majesty Jia. Crawford entered the hall and bowed to Jia together with Celine behind him. Jia was no longer the lord at the beginning, but the empress representing an empire. In this situation of confrontation between the two empires, she did not treat the two acquaintances kindly. She just said lightly, "Both envoys came from afar. It must be hard for you." Crawford stood up straight and said in a humble manner, "This time I came under the order of Her Majesty Catherine. Firstly, I came to congratulate Your Majesty on becoming the Fallen Angel Empire's Empress. Secondly, I want to rediscuss the cooperation between the two empires. Thank you for the congratulations from Empress Catherine. The friendly relationship between the Fallen Angel Empire and the Dark Shadow Empire has a long history, but Her Majesty Catherine has hoarded a large number of troops at the two borders of our empire. This doesn't seem to be a gesture of friendship?" Crawford explained, "The reason for the hoarding of troops is that after Her Majesty Jia defeated Prince Obsidian in the wilderness of Town Leaf, the situation in your empire was unstable. In order to prevent civil strife, Her Majesty Catherine is preparing to send troops to help Her Majesty Jia stabilize the political situation." This explanation was naturally just an excuse. Lilith also used this excuse in the Dark Moon. Before Her Majesty Catherine helped me, I had already successfully ascended the throne, so I can only appreciate her kindness. I wonder how long does your country intend to maintain this way of showing friendliness? Crawford knew that the so-called friendly referred to the army on the border, so he smiled slightly. This is related to the second purpose of my coming here. Her Majesty Catherine hopes to establish a friendly neighbor relationship with Her Majesty Jia again after Regent Obsidian, renegotiate and sign the cooperation treaty between the two countries, and walk the road of prosperity together. If there was no army, this was still a normal establishment of diplomatic relations. But with the army hoarding at the border, these words inevitably revealed a faint threat. The implication was that Obsidian was Obsidian, and Jia was Jia. The Shadow Empire could continue to live in peace with the Fallen Angel Empire, but they must sign a cooperation treaty that satisfied Catherine. Otherwise, the army would never be a decoration. I am very optimistic about the prospects of friendly cooperation between the two countries. For friends, our empire will support each other, work hand in hand, and create glory together. If it is an enemy with ulterior motives, Even if they are holding a sharp blade, the fallen angel empire will face the difficulties without fear. We would rather die with the enemy than abandon our faith and dignity. At the last sentence, Ja slowly stood up from the throne and watched Crawford quietly. There were only 2 steps to the throne. Even if Ja stood up, she was only at the same level as the tall Crawford. However, at this moment, Crawford was a little absent-minded, as if he really wanted to look up at Ja. This woman, who used to be on par with him, had risen to the level of the Empress that he revered the most in a certain sense. Not only Crawford, but many ministers and elders in the hall had a strange feeling at the same time. Even Ang Lee felt the same. The indomitable strength and courage shown by Shay was exactly what Obsidian did not have in the past. Crawford quickly recovered and took out a sealed envelope. I have seen Her Majesty Jia's determination. Here is a letter from Her Majesty Empress. Please have a look, Your Majesty. Stiller, who was next to Jia, took a few steps forward, took the envelope and handed it to Jia. In the process, Stiller had used 4 methods to detect, but she did not find any danger. Jia received a hint from Stiller's eyes. She took the letter and opened it. After looking at it for a while, her eyes suddenly became a little more fierce. With a whoosh, a black flame ignited in her hand, and the letter was instantly burned. This move in front of Crawford was obviously very unfriendly. Judging from Jia's expression, the letter should have quite excessive content. In any case, Jia was the Empress of the fallen angel empire after all. Her humiliation was the humiliation of the entire empire. Whether it was genuine anger or pretense, almost everyone showed hostility to Crawford and Celine as if they were only waiting for an order to annihilate the 2 envoys of the Shadow Empire. The invisible pressure made Celine show a trace of fear, but Crawford's expression remained unchanged. Your Majesty, please understand. I didn't know the specific content of this letter beforehand. I just came to your country to negotiate with the sincerity of the Shadow Empire. When I came, Her Majesty Catherine specially instructed that after Her Majesty Jia read the letter, I have 2 choices. First, return to the Shadow Empire immediately. Second, stay and continue to discuss cooperation. Now, please give me a choice, Her Majesty Jia. This choice was actually given to Jia by Catherine, but Crawford's wording was very euphemistic. It became the choice that Jia gave him, the envoy. If Crawford went back immediately, it would definitely mean that the negotiation had failed. Then, it was likely that the fallen angel empire would really prepare for a tough war. This was obviously not the original intention of the fallen angel empire. Her Majesty Catherine's appetite is not small. The light in Jia's purple eyes changed. She took a deep breath and slowly sat down. She said calmly, however, since the envoy is here to negotiate, many things are uncertain before the result is determined. We can sit down and talk. It's getting late now. General Crawford and Ms. Celine must be tired after traveling all the way. Please go back to the Royal Hotel to rest first. I will host a banquet to entertain friends from the Shadow Empire in the evening. When the ministers and elders on both sides heard the first sentence, they had already faintly guessed that Catherine must have made a request that touched Jia's bottom line, such as ceding the Dark Moon estate. However, Jia quickly recovered her calmness, and she still planned to sit down and negotiate with the envoy of the Shadow Empire. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. It would be impolite for us to refuse. Crawford bowed with Celine. Accompanied by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they left the palace hall and went to the Royal Hotel to rest. After the Shadow Empire's envoy left, Jia said, Everyone, although Catherine's original intention is not to fight with us, the strength of the Shadow Empire is above us after all. Once the war is really triggered in a certain situation, then with the comparison of the strength of the 2 empires, the result is likely that you will injure me, and I will die. On the one hand, we must be prepared for war and plan for the worst. And on the other hand, we must be careful to deal with the Shadow Empire's envoy. Stiller and Disjaro will be responsible for the negotiation. Stebble, Angeli, Redutan, and Merlota will assist. The deadline for the negotiation will be delayed first. You can try to contact the two envoys and find out the bottom line first. Catherine the Great's appetite is very big. If we really want to sit down and negotiate, we, who are weaker, will definitely suffer a loss. How big this loss is, and whether we can lean towards the path of mutual benefit as much as possible, depends on our efforts during this period. Angeli and others previously restrained Jia, but the negotiation was the most important thing at the moment. It was related to the fate of the entire empire, so they didn't dare to be too slow at the moment. They accepted the order and left. After the meeting, Jia came to the side hall. Qinrui and Isabella were waiting for her there. Qinrui's current identity was only the deputy commander of the palace guards, and it was not appropriate for Isabella's identity to appear in public, so they did not attend the meeting just now. However, the two of them saw it clearly behind the hall, especially the scene where Jia burned Catherine's letter. What exactly is written in Catherine's letter? Qinrui was now very curious about this matter. With Jia's calmness, she generally wouldn't do that kind of action. Jia glanced at him. Even you can't guess it? Don't think too highly of me. If the opponent is Catherine, I might not be able to defeat her even if there are 10 of me. Qinrui suddenly thought of the pair of black eyes that were as deep as the lake, and his mind rippled slightly. I haven't seen the owner of these eyes for a long time. You don't have to belittle yourself, but Catherine is indeed a terrifying opponent. Jia sighed, but I deliberately burned that letter. Unexpectedly, Catherine gave me an amazing plan in the letter. This plan, could it be exactly the same as what we planned? Isabella continued. It's better than our plan. Jia nodded slightly and sighed softly. She has already seen through everything, including the desperate stance that I am going to make. I am now in a situation where I am under the control of the elder families. Her plan is to use thunderous means to remove the obstacles at this unexpected time. As a condition, she can use the army to create momentum at the border and help me stall or even get rid of Barocco and others to quell the opposition forces in the country so that I can fully control the power of the empire. Behind this plan is a hint that she can use this against me in turn. If I don't agree, Catherine will also cooperate and deliberately spread this plan. She will also make a corresponding stance to show that she and I will join forces to eradicate the elder families and other obstructing forces. At the moment of life and death, the elder families will definitely rise up to resist. Then the capital and even the empire will fall into civil strife. At that time, she will take advantage of the situation to send troops. Then it will be difficult for me to drag the Shadow Empire to die together. Isabella and Qinrui looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They finally understood why Jia pretended to be angry and burned the letter. Qinrui asked, "What are Catherine's conditions?" Jia took a deep look at him. It's even harsher than the last time. It's simply unacceptable, and she especially emphasized that she wants the talent, Qinrui. It seems that you are more popular than I thought. Even the first beauty of the demon realm can't forget you. I have a reputation, so I can't help it. I'm the demon realm's most capable minister, after all. Qinrui scratched his head guiltily. He had a faint bad feeling. Isabella saw Qinrui's expression, and she suddenly chuckled. Actually, there is a way. As soon as she said this, Jia and Qinrui's eyes fell on her face at the same time. Ms. Intelligence smiled sweetly. Even through the veil, they could still feel her alluring charm. Chapter 571. In the evening of the next day, Qinrui came to the royal hotel wearing a mask and cloak. In the past 2 days, Crawford and Celine were very busy. In addition to the palace banquets, there were also many invitations to socialize. They were simply overwhelmed. These invitations from the big families or dignitaries were mainly to implement Jia's strategy to test the waters. The visit of Aguile now was naturally reasonable. Qinrui bowed slightly to Crawford and Celine, General and Ms. Celine are old friends of Her Majesty Jia and the Dark Moon. Since I'm here as a special envoy this time, there are many inconveniences. So I'm here on Her Majesty Jia's personal entrustment to extend my most sincere condolences to both of you. The two quickly returned the salute, and Crawford said, I understand that this envoy is not an ordinary friendly visit. From the standpoint of a friend, I don't want to come, but I can't disobey Empress Jia the Great's order. If I offend you in any way, please apologize to Her Majesty Jia on my behalf. Crawford was an old fox. The meaning of this remark was obvious. As an envoy this time, it was his duty. He would definitely fight for every inch of land during the negotiation. He would not give in because of the friendship between friends. He would apologize first. What are you saying, General? Chenrue said with a smile in his voice, Now we are all serving our own masters. If you disregard private affairs for the sake of public affairs, you will not be the General Crawford we know, nor will you be the father that General Monroe admires. These words were harsh. Crawford had received the devil fruit as a gift from Jia, and he helped solve the big problem of the underground mineral vein in the Crystal Valley with the help of the Dark Moon. Jia also took in Crawford's son, Monroe, who was wanted nationwide. Crawford's return, including the Goblin Warriors and Magician Legion, now seemed to be inspired by Catherine instead of a real reward. Crawford's actions were understandable from the perspective of the Empire. He even almost abandoned his son for the Empire. He could be regarded as loyal, but it was very inappropriate from the perspective of a friend. Chenrue's words made Crawford blush slightly, and he said, I'm ashamed to say that the problem of the underground mineral vein in the Crystal Valley was solved by Sir Aguile. Monroe was also rescued by Sir Aguile. Now he even holds an important position in the Dark Moon. I have never had the chance to repay Sir. I will remember this kindness in my heart. If Sir needs it in the future, just come to the Shadow Empire to find me. I will do my best and will never refuse. Chenrue knew that Crawford couldn't make concessions in the negotiation because of his personal relationship, and he didn't want to embarrass Crawford too much. He nodded. Okay, if there are any difficulties, I will definitely trouble the General. He nodded. I have already set up a banquet at the Cloak Hot Pot restaurant in the capital. If the General and Ms. Celine don't mind, how about having a drink together? Crawford had previously agreed to Stiller's invitation. Stiller was the main opponent of this negotiation. Crawford also wanted to find out the opponent's actual situation, but unexpectedly Chenrue killed him halfway. He suddenly showed a difficult expression. Crawford thought that it was too unjust to immediately refuse the other party's kindness. As he was about to grit his teeth and agree, Celine, who had been silent on the side, said, General Crawford has already agreed to Madame Stiller's invitation. He is going to the Bull family, so it is inconvenient to break the appointment. How about this? I haven't tasted the authentic hot pot of the Dark Moon for a long time. I wonder if I have the honor to have a few drinks with Sir Aguile alone. As soon as this was said, Aguile naturally couldn't refuse, and he immediately agreed. So the three of them left the hotel together. Crawford took a group of followers to the Bull family's banquet, while Chenrue and Celine got in a carriage and headed to the Cloak Gang's Hot Pot branch in the capital in the northern suburbs. After Crawford separated from the two, he was still secretly praising Celine for her adaptability along the way. Little did he know that Chenrue knew that he was going to the Bull family's banquet long ago, but he just found an excuse to meet Celine alone. The Hot Pot restaurant was located in the northern suburbs of the capital. It was not small, and the business was quite booming. Chenrue and Celine came to the VIP room. After the wine and dishes were served, all the attendants retreated. Chenrue activated the prepared, soundproof magic circle and nodded. You can talk now. Celine had long known that it was Chenrue's incarnation. She saw his eyes just now, so she took the initiative to come to the banquet on behalf of Crawford. Now that the two of them were alone, she immediately unveiled her veil and bowed deeply. Greetings, master. Celine was only 18 years old. She looked sweet and lovely, especially her pair of tall and round breasts that did not match her age. She had a standard, childlike face and huge breasts. She was full of youthful temptation. However, it was such a seemingly naive and lively girl who defeated her two brothers who were fighting for the position of the patriarch and ascended to the position of the top business family in the Shadow Empire. The entire Custer family was obedient under her means. Celine was indeed talented. She managed the Custer family in an orderly manner. The family business became more and more prosperous. She was also praised and put in an important position by Empress Catherine. In fact, she also had one of the most important identities, which was Chen Rui's servant. It could be said that Celine could have today's status and power because of Chen Rui back then, and the master-servant contract also made her dare not to be disloyal. Celine was extremely smart. She knew that this master was the fiancé of the new fallen angel empire Empress Jia. He was likely to control the entire empire in the future. His personal strength was equally unfathomable, so her expression was very humble. "Sit down. No need to be so polite." Celine respectfully poured a glass of wine for Chen Rui. Then she sat down with him. "Master, please instruct." This posture was completely different from the last time they met in Town Leia. Chen Rui nodded secretly. "Did Catherine the Great give a time limit for negotiation for you and Crawford's mission this time? Did she tell you the bottom line in the negotiation?" "I'm just a deputy envoy. I'm responsible for assisting General Crawford. Even if there is a special instruction, only Crawford knows. As for the time limit, from the time we arrive at the fallen angel capital, there must be a result within 7 days. If Jia keeps delaying, we will reveal this deadline on the last day to catch the fallen angel empire off guard." Celine did not say what would happen if the negotiation fails within 7 days, but Chen Rui had already guessed that the Dark Shadow Emperor would not give Jia too much time. He would definitely provoke the internal strife of the fallen angel empire. At that time, the empire would be in chaos. Even if a war was not launched, Jia would lose the capital to fight against Catherine. She would be completely controlled by others. 7 days. Chen Rui pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Did Catherine the Great ask you about Master Arthur?" "She did. According to Master's instructions, I said that I used the power of Master Arthur and the Dark Moon to ascend to the position of the Custer family. I originally wanted to use seduction and the family's financial resources to firmly bind Master Arthur. But unexpectedly, the Master suddenly disappeared. Before the Custer family entered the Dark Moon, I also specially reported to Her Majesty Catherine and got permission." Chen Rui nodded thoughtfully. He took out a special communication talisman and put it on the table. "You did a good job. During this time, you will be the Dark Shadow Empire's envoy. Don't reveal any flaws. If there is an emergency, you can use this communication talisman to contact me." "Got it, Master." Celine took the communication talisman and put it away. She said, "Master, you told me to look for something last time. I found this by chance. I don't know if it meets Master's requirements. Please have a look." As she said, Celine took out something. Chen Rui's eyes focused. It turned out that Celine took out a dilapidated leather scroll. He couldn't be more familiar with this leather scroll because he already had 4 of the same thing in his hands. Treasure map remnant scroll. This is indeed a surprise. Chen Rui quickly took out the remnant scroll in his hand that had been mostly pieced together. When the leather scroll brought by Celine approached the remnant scroll emitted a faint light and perfectly fused together to become a complete map. After the map was restored, the original appearance suddenly changed. It became animated like an animation, and an ocean appeared. There was only one place in the demon realm with such geographical features, the Dead Sea. When Chen Rui got the second remnant scroll, the goblin profiteer once said that the treasure map recorded the location of the Dead Sea's hidden treasure. This hidden treasure was left by the Dark Dragon Emperor who dominated the demon realm hundreds of thousands of years ago. There are countless treasures in it. Now it seemed that it wasn't a lie. However, this treasure map seemed to be a vast ocean. Chinrue looked at it for a long time, but he didn't find any special marks or prompts. He was a little puzzled. I finally put together the treasure map. Is it only certain that the location is somewhere in the Dead Sea? The Dead Sea is so big. How do I find it? Or maybe I have to bring the map to the Dead Sea for it to work. With Chun Rue's eyesight as a mechanic master, he could see that the treasure map was made of a special material. It was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. This material was very sensitive. If he used violent means to crack it, it was likely to turn the entire treasure map into ashes. It seemed that he still needed to study it carefully to solve the mystery. This time, Chinrue was planning to go to the Dead Sea. As long as he solved the secret of the treasure map, there might be unexpected gains by then. You did a good job. Chinrue put away the treasure map and praised Celine. Tell me, what reward do you want? Celine bowed her head and said, It's my duty to do things for Master. I dare not ask for a reward. Chinrue knew that this girl's schemes and means were extraordinary, so he said, I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. I'm very satisfied with your ability and loyalty. Just say what you want. Don't be reserved. Celine glanced at him hesitantly and bit her lip. Can I become Master's concubine? Since the master-servant contract was only limited to one person, the master could abandon her life at any time and choose a more valuable servant. Judging from the relationship between Master Arthur and the succubus Kia, the master treated his woman very well. Therefore, Celine wanted to become Chun Rue's woman by dedicating herself to greatly reduce the threat of being abandoned. Not only that, the master supported Jia from the Dark Moon Lord all the way to the fallen angel capital. In the future, it was likely that the fallen angel empire would also be under the control of the master. If she attached herself to him, it would be equivalent to having one more way out for the Custer family and her. Chinrue really had no other thoughts about Celine. In terms of dedicating herself, the 2,000 lamp spirits were not inferior to Celine in terms of loyalty or beauty. He frowned and faintly guessed Celine's thoughts. He shook his head. I know what you are worried about. My power is beyond your imagination. You are not the only servant that I have signed a contract with. The Deputy General of Jurgle Fortress, Loki, is also one of them. He is now in the capital. Do you want to meet him? Celine was shocked. Of course. She knew that Loki was a confidant of the Dark Shadow Empire's first general, Brock, and he was a demon emperor powerhouse. Unexpectedly, he also became master servant. It seems that master can manipulate more than one contract. What does this mean? Celine's expression fell into Chun Rue's eyes, and he smiled indifferently. In fact, Loki was not a servant, but a puppet. However, using this acquaintance as an example was obviously more convincing to Celine. I can tell you a secret. I'm the inheritor of the demigod. If I fully recover, it is not difficult to reach the demigod level. You are a smart person. Do you understand what I mean? Demigod inheritance. This sentence brought a stronger shock to Celine, and then she suddenly realized. No wonder Master's strength has leaped extremely fast. He was only a great demon king at the mechanic contest. Later, he was able to compete with Empress Catherine's secret guard, Turtula, who was at the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. Now, he actually killed the fallen angel regent Obsidian of the peak stage of the demon overlord. Such a terrifying upgrade speed. It turns out that he is actually the inheritor of the demigod. The meaning of the latter half of Chun Rue's sentence made Celine's heart jump even more, because legend had it that only the powerhouse who reached the demigod level could lift the restrictions of the contract. Then master means that when his strength recovers to the demigod level, if someone else said this, Celine would never believe it. But she had witnessed the miracle created by Chinrue with her own eyes. Even the top powerhouse, Raisin or Catherine the Great of the Shadow Empire, could not have such a terrifying progress speed. He also had the ability to contract more than one servant. Understood, master. Celine's last bit of superfluous thoughts was completely withdrawn. Her loyalty suddenly increased to the highest point. After Master's strength really reached demigod, there was really no need to use a contract to restrain her as a servant. The demon realm respected the powerhouse. If the Custer family could be sheltered under the power of a demigod powerhouse, the Custer family would flourish for generations. Even the emperor of the empire would not be able to shake it. Since you don't want a reward this time, I will reward you next time. Chinrue took out a list. Also, try your best to gather the materials listed on this list. The quantity cannot be less. These materials were all needed by the ruins of the ancient alchemy civilization. Some of them were very rare, and the quantity required was very large. The difficulty was not low. Celine took the list and looked at it. She was slightly surprised, but she didn't say much. She carefully put it into the space ring. Master, please rest assured that I will complete it in the shortest time. Chinrue nodded with satisfaction. When Celine gathered these materials, he would go to the Dead Sea to find the blue star heavy water and phantom coral. By then, the City of Stars could return to its peak state and have a powerful ancient alchemy civilization army.